national anthem, and after that, we are going to take the Oyo State anthem. Taba bere Oyo State anthem, gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́nu o. Ẹ máa wẹnu MC náà wo yóò náà máa mọ̀. It's good for us to start mastering our state anthem. Is a confession, is an instruction that we should master, because it's a marching order for all of us, indigenes of the pace-setter state. So, shall we rise now for the national anthem?
Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Onire
Agriculture and Rural Development, Oyo State, under the leadership of Barrister Olasunkami Olaleye, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture. So this morning, we will be welcoming into our midst the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, who is in the person of the Director of Veterinary Services in the Ministry, Dr. Mrs. Aziz. Dr. Mrs. Aziz, you are welcome, ma. Let's put our hands together for her. That is the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Barrister Olasunkami Olaleye. Tí wọ́n bá ní pé kí wọ́n wá close shop wa lónìí, a ní lè ṣèpàdé, I respect ìjọba o. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? So you are welcome, ma. We'll also like to recognize at the same time that she's not here alone. We appreciate the fact that government is fully represented. Under the Ministry of Agriculture, we'll usually have the directors for livestock and the director of veterinary services. Since the director of veterinary services is already here, we like to recognize and appreciate. We put our hands together for the person deputizing for the director of veterinary services. Dr. Laoye, where are you in the audience? Dr. Laoye, thank you for coming. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much for coming. We also like to recognize Mrs. Oyediran Adeola, the Director of Livestock Services. Mrs. Oyediran, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your coming. Thank you very much. We will like to recognize and invite to the high table quickly our father. In fact, Chief Father and Nkakwe, Abi Grandpa, our grandpa, the living legend and the heart of Poultry Association of Nigeria. He's a man of many accolades, and if we start, it will become a lecture on his own. You know, sometimes when people have gathered all the titles and all the accolades, then they will now come back to just be themselves. So it's my pleasure to recognize Baba Hope and to invite our Baba to the high table. Chief Folorunsho Ogunaike, JP MFR, the life patron of the Poultry Association. Eba apatewo fún Baba. Baba o, Baba o, Baba o. Olúwa dá bàbá sí fún wa. Baba o, Baba o, Baba o. Olúwa dá bàbá sí fún wa. Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure welcoming you to our midst. Now that we have brought Baba to the high table, let me welcome the host of today. Okay. You know, the host is often very busy. You know, so the host is still busy. Let's go quickly to welcome the keynote speaker for today. The keynote speaker for today is the CEO of Agroinfotech Nigeria Limited. He's a young man with old man's wisdom. And when we listen to him today, we will see that there is a lot that Nigerian youth have to offer. To say that Nigerian youths are lazy is a mistake. Maybe you don't know the right youths. So, our keynote speaker today, the founder CEO of Agroinfotech Africa, who will be speaking on the theme, which is strengthening poultry farming through cooperative synergy and strategic investments, is Mr. Ayooluwa Okediji. Mr. Okediji, you are welcome. Let's put our hands together for him. He's wearing white. White is the color for peace. So this year will be peaceful for the poultry industry. Shamini. Abeg gbagbo. This year will be peaceful for the poultry industry. April is coming. There will be no gluts. So, we'll also like to welcome to the front very quickly some people that are, well, I don't know if they are poultry farmers, but I know that poultry farmers need to join them. And I guess that it is our Baba that has made this possible. I guess, because I've always seen him with them. I know he's one of them. So we have a high-powered delegation from the Ibadan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And when I was growing up, I learned from my mentor, Dr. Latunde Agbato of blessed memory, that if you want to be important in the export sector, you must belong to a chamber of commerce and industry. So gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá fẹ́ dọ́là ẹ fetílẹ̀ báyìí o. Ibi tí dọ́là máa gbà wọlé ibẹ̀ là ń lọ báyìí. To be able to do business internationally, it's always good to belong to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Okay, the hosts are ready now. Let's clap for our hosts. Ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ fáwọn hosts wa. Yes. So, the Poultry Association of Nigeria. So let me quickly go to them. Come about, let me come. The Poultry Association of Nigeria, the national president of the Poultry Association of Nigeria is Mr. Ichi Sunday Ezebiora. He's not here today, but he is ably represented by the Vice President National Southwest, Reverend Gideon Oluleye. Let's welcome Reverend Gideon Oluleye to the high table. You're welcome, sir. Ẹ káàbọ̀, sir. Ẹ káàbọ̀, sir. Ẹ jókòó sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá yẹn. So that ẹ máa bá wa ṣe tête-à-tête bó ṣe máa dá, bí dọ́là ṣe máa pọ̀. We have in our midst also a former chairman of PAN, Mr. Banji Akanji, CEO Ayodara Agro. You are welcome, sir. Please come forward. They say I should bring the former chairman forward. Please come forward, sir. Eshe. We also have another former chairman, Mr. Gbemisoye Agboola, ó sá lọ ṣẹ́jú kan. Mo fẹ́ pé wọ́n Pópóọlá tán. Mr. Gbemisoye Agboola is also a former chairman. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ máa bọ̀ wájú, sir. Ẹ jẹ́ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn o, àwọn náà náwó tá a fi jókòó. So it's a pleasure having you. So now I can invite my chairman. You know, I said the hosts are ready. The chairman of the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Oyo State Branch, is Elder Oyekunle Omidokun. Elder Oyekunle Omidokun, you're welcome. A special round of applause for our chairman. Special round of applause. So I'm safe now. I am safe now. Torí dollar yẹn ló ṣá wo èmi. So let's go to how we are going to get dollars. So the chairman of, or the president of Ibadan Chamber of Commerce and Industry is here, leading the delegation of the chamber. And the president of the Ibadan Chamber of Commerce and Industry is Chief Mrs. Omotomilola Patricia Osunde. You are welcome, ma. Please come to the front, ma. Please come, please come. Please come. This side, ma. So we will recognize and appreciate to the front row members of our delegation, Engineer Ismaila Olatunde Alakpa, a former president of the chamber. We appreciate your coming. Where are you, sir? Thank you very much. Okay. My chairman says you should please come. Kaliba Danyimo Dada ni utora mbo wa gba form. We also have the Director General of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Joseph Oladele Adebanjo. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. So the Director General is the person to come to do all the administrative. So that's the man that will give you form. So when you want to join. So now we like to appreciate and recognize, and if you don't mind, you can come to the front seat here. Mr. Michael Olusegun Oladipo from the chamber, Mrs. Adebankelaniya from the chamber, and Mr. Shegun Adeeko from the chamber. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. Okay, now, quickly, I'd like to thank our zonal chairman. I'd like to thank our zonal chairman, and they are also the, when I say the hosts, they are the ones who have gathered the people and gathered the money that we have used here. I know that they are busy taking care of their people, but if you are in the audience, just wave to us and let's know you. There may be people here who have not joined and who will need to know how to identify. The Poultry Association of Nigeria, Oyo State chapter has 5 zones. Ibadan 1, Ibadan 2, Oke-Ogun, Oyo, and Ogbomoso. The zonal chairman for Ibadan 1 is Mr. Olajire Oladipo. Mr. Olajire Oladipo, are you in the house? Let's put our hands together for him. As I suspect, he's busy taking care of everybody. The chairman for Ibadan 2 is Engineer Wole Olulade. Engineer Wole Olulade. Ẹja pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn bá àti ẹ̀rí wọn. Àwọn náà kó wa jọ. The chairman for Oke-Ogun is Mr. Samson Aderoju. Mr. Samson Aderoju, are you here with us? Okay, let's put our hands together for him. And then the chairman for Oyo is Pastor Bayo Lawal. Pastor Bayo Lawal, thank you very much for coming. And then the chairman for Ogbomoso, Mr. Mrs. Dorcas Oyedepo. Mrs. Oyedepo, let's put our hands together for her. I can almost bet she will be in the kitchen. 1 woman out of 5 men. She will be making sure there is food to eat. So those are the chairmen of the zones of Oyo. Now we also have in our midst our panelists, and we like to ask our panelists to please come forward so that we will have the confidence that we have a full house. To lead us in the panel discussion today, we are going to be having the MD-CEO of Rosa Resources Nigeria. I think he's now former national president of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria and a long-term practitioner in the agri sector, Pastor Taiwo Adeoye. Pastor Taiwo Adeoye, please, you are welcome, sir. We'll also like to welcome the manager of NISRA MFB, NISRA Microfinance Bank, Nigerian Incentive Risk-Based Agricultural Lending, Mr. Kazim, as one of our panelists. Please, if you are around, please come to the table. Thank you very much, sir. Please come to the table. Let's put our hands together for him. Mr. Kazim, you are welcome. Also, we have the manager, the CEO of Emaflo Farms, Mr. Emmanuel Odetola. Mr. Emmanuel Odetola, please come. That's Emaflo. When you see Emaflo, money must flow. Because I like money. It's all about having good money. We like to appreciate and recognize the presence in our midst of a number of our friends in the industry. We have with us here, oh, this one is not a friend, though. This one is a father. Oh. We have in our midst a father in the industry, Dr. Timothy Ayantayo Alayande. We like to recognize you in a special way. Dr. Alayande Eshesa. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. He's a father in the industry, a mentor to many of us. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We'd also like to appreciate and recognize Dr. Naim, the National Sales Manager of Breedwell Feeds. Dr. Naim, thank you for coming. Where are you? Thank you very much. With him is Mr. Ali A. This one is powerful. Mr. Ali, just pardon me with the pronunciation, Glamlich is the sales manager, Breedwell and Syed Farm. So that's Syed for your day-old chicks. Thank you very much for coming. So that we will not do this again and again and bore us, let me quickly dispense with the list of our participating companies and sponsors. To put this program together, we have those who have given us money. And this time around, we like to appreciate all of you in a special way. We thank Fidan Investment for their support. Let's put our hands together. Just let it roll. Fall Hope Limited, we thank you. FDH Agrovet, we thank you. Ale Feed Mills, we thank you. Kemin Industries Nigeria Limited. CHI Farms Limited. Green Pastures Farm. Obasanjo Farms. Provider Farms and Poultry Equipment Solutions. Agricare STD Plus Limited. Zartec Limited. New Hope Limited. Novi Agro Limited. Grit Feeds and Concentrates. Consolation Ventures. Deutron Resources Limited. Emaflo Farms Limited. Agromerit Limited. Livestock Feeds PLC. Vital Feeds. Ayodara Agro Allied. Glory Vet Ventures. Bachelor Farms. Syed Farms. Griffin and Stedler. National Association of Animal Husbandry and Health Technologies. IFF and Pan Oyo Agribusiness Limited. Let's clap our hands for all of them together. We thank you very much for your support. Okay. I haven't done so much of introduction of dignitaries and invited guests. I think I should leave this place before you stone me and allow us to get into the crux of the program. And we will do that by inviting our chairman to give us the welcome address. So, Elder Oyekunle Omidokun, for your welcome address. You're welcome, sir.
Great farmer, no farmer. First of all, I want to appreciate everybody for making today's event a memorable one. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate my father, our mentor, and the chief host of PAN, Oyo State, and Board of Trustee National, Baba E.F. Ogunaike. You are welcome, sir. Baba is coming to welcome us, but as a son, let me first of all welcome everybody to this occasion. My speech is in page 10 of the program. Distinguished guests, industry, stakeholders, poultry farmers, exhibitors, sponsors, and friends. It is with great honor and excitement that I welcome you all to this year Oyo Mega Poultry Workshop 2025. A platform dedicated to strengthen the future of our poultry industry through cooperative synergy and strategic investment. As we gather here today, we must acknowledge the significant challenges facing the poultry sector. Rising feed costs, market instability, disease outbreak, fluctuation demand, and limited access to structural financing. Despite these challenges, we remain resilient, and our industry continue to be a critical pillar of Nigerian agricultural economy. The need for collective action and cooperation. The poultry industry is a key contributor to food security, employment, and national economic growth. But we cannot overcome these challenges in isolation. It is time for us to move beyond individual struggle and embrace the power of cooperation. This is why today's theme is so critical. Strengthening poultry farming through cooperative synergy means working together as farmers, processors, marketers, and stakeholders to, one, pool resources for bulk purchasing of feed and input to lower cost. 2, create egg umbrella aggregation center to stabilize market price. 3, share technical knowledge and best practice to improve farm productivities. 4, enhance bargaining power in negotiating with buyers, suppliers, and policy makers. This cooperative approach has been successfully implemented in countries that dominate global poultry production. It is time for Nigerian poultry industry to adapt a similar structure that ensure sustainability beyond individual efforts. Strategic investment, a path to growth and profitability. Beyond cooperation, we must also prioritize strategic investment to secure our future. Investment in research, technology, infrastructure, and capacity building will drive growth, efficiency, and competitiveness. We must consider, 1, feed security and cost reduction strategy. Exploring alternative feed sources to mitigate the impact of fluctuation feed price and strategic sourcing of key commodities like maize and soya, which are normally our major challenge in the industry. 2, value addition and market expansion, shifting from selling raw eggs and live bird to processed and branded egg products, packaged poultry meat, and ready-to-eat oven to access premium markets. We cannot be doing things in the old way. We need to innovate and step forward. 3, digitalization of smart farming, leveraging technology for traceability, farm management, risk management, and financial inclusion to secure our investment and our farm. Then 4, financial partnership and cooperative finances. Engaging development finance institution, DFI, private investors and government initiative to long-term funding for structured poultry business. We need this, and that is why you see us bringing the big ogas from banks to our midst. So our Oga Alhaji Kasim, you are welcome to our midst. By taking intentional steps towards cooperative investment, we can transform poultry farming from a fragile business to a thriving industry with generational sustainability. If we do it well, our offspring will also come and practice poultry. But if we didn't do it well, they will run away, and we don't want them to run away, and that is why we are here. Gratitude to our sponsors and partners. We are grateful to all our exhibitors and sponsors for making this event a reality despite the challenges confronting us in the industry. We want to thank our sponsors because it is because of them we are here. More grace and more strength. Special appreciation goes to Full Hope Limited, New Hope Agriculture and Technology Nigeria Limited, Allet Feed Mill Nigeria Limited, Fidan Investment, Obasanjo Holdings, and many others valued partners who continue to support and believe in the growth of our poultry sector. Your contributions are immensely valued, and we look forward to building stronger partnership in the year to come. Call to action. Join PAN and secure your future. Your join PAN means you are securing your future. To every poultry farmer here today, I leave you with this important message. Until you are part of the house, you cannot fully enjoy what is available in the house. There are so many things that are available in the house. When you join us, then you see the good things. You can see our fathers in the industry here looking fresh every day. And you see our partners also looking fresh. We are ready to accommodate you. I urge all poultry farmers who are yet to join the Poultry Association of Nigerian PAN or your state chapter to locate the nearest chapter in their zone. Our strength is our unity. We have 5 zones as mentioned by our MC. So please try to locate any chapter that is closer to you. Together we can create a new, wiser beginning for our businesses, secure better opportunity, and drive policies that favor poultry farmers. Conclusion: the future starts now. I encourage each one of us to engage actively in today's discussion, learn from the experts that are on ground. We have so many experts on ground, and be part of the transformation that will secure a prosperous and resilient poultry industry for generations to come. Thank you for being here. I wish you a fruitful and impactful workshop. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the chairman of PAN Oyo welcoming us to today's program, Pastor Oyekunle Omidokun. So he has said we should join PAN and secure our future. That's another slogan. Check out your practice. My daddy, permission to do a choir practice. Okay, so the call is join PAN. The response is secure your future. So let me do the call. Join PAN. Once again, join PAN. Okay, that's 50%. Let's take it to 75%. I want it to be loud. Join PAN. Okay, 75. So, because, you know, all these social media people, they can cut it now and put it on TikTok, put it on all those things. So, let's do it very well. So, let's go to 100% now. Join PAN. Once again, join PAN. For the last time, join PAN. Let's clap for ourselves. We have done very well. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have another of our stakeholders, and among those who speak to us today, the MD of FDH Agro Vet Limited, and we want to bring him to the front seat. Dr. Femi Akinwale, please come to the front. Dr. Akinwale, please come to the front. Thank you very much for coming. Emma Bino, I should have done that much earlier. So pardon me. The money you wanted to give me, don't take it away because I didn't call you on time. Oh, please. You know, there is this song. Okay, there is still space. There is this song that Fuji musicians used to sing. And onto lo bumi nko, abo ni bumi mo, obasha no me obumi. You know, everything you have planned to give the Poultry Association, please don't change your mind. Particularly PAN Oyo State. You know, Oyo is the center of poultry industry in Nigeria. In fact, Oyo is the nucleus of the poultry industry in Nigeria. And what that means is that if you build PAN Oyo, you are building the poultry industry in Nigeria. If you support PAN Oyo, you are supporting the poultry industry in Nigeria. So everything that any of us can do to support the poultry industry, the Poultry Association of Oyo State, we need to do it and do it with all our might. So once again, join PAN and secure your future. We are going quickly into goodwill messages, and what a good place to start. We will start with our father, Baba Folorunso Ogunaike. So join me to welcome Chief Prof. Folorunso Ogunaike for his goodwill message. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, permit me to recognize the first indigenous agricultural machine manufacturer in Nigeria, in person of Elder Adisa Bolaji. Please stand up for recognition. Chairman El Sadis Agricultural Farming Equipment Machine Manufacturer Limited. I stand to be corrected if I say it's the first indigenous farm equipment manufacturer in Nigeria. Panel Seminar 2025, welcome address by Chief E.F. Ogunaike. The chairman of the day, the chairman Poultry Association of Nigeria, Yossi Chaptap, the speaker, special guest of honor, co-poultry farmers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, other protocol observed. On behalf of the entire Poultry Association of Nigeria, Yossi chapter, I welcome you all to today's gathering. It is the tradition of PANOI to organize annual workshop and seminar in order to sensitize, educate and train farmers and impart knowledge to poultry producers. Nigeria is the third largest poultry producer in Africa. From available data, the Nigerian poultry industry engaged almost 85 million people in poultry production across small, medium, and large-scale sectors. In the southwest part of Nigeria, Oyo State is the largest producer of day-old chicks and broiler processing, while Ogun State is assumed to be the largest producer of commercial table eggs. Nigeria Annual Poultry Show. Fellow poultry farmers, let me use this opportunity to call your attention to the following facts. Ibadan is the center and heartbeat of the southwestern region, serving as the regional capital during the era of regionalism in the country. With the newly reconstructed Ibadan-Lagos Express Road and upgraded of Ibadan Airport to international standards, the city is poised for greater economic growth. In view of this, I advise that we move the annual Nigerian Port Exposition down to Ibadan, or at most base it on rotational between the two cities, Abeokuta, Ogun State, and Ibadan, Oyo State. With the completion of this poultry center, the financial burden of hiring halls for exposition will surely become a thing of the past. Appreciation and appeal to Southwest governors. We appreciate the effort of the Southwest governors in sustaining the poultry farmers, most especially during challenges of raw materials and scarcity. We appeal to them to do their best in supporting the poultry industry, as they are the largest employer of labor among all agricultural sectors. According to World Food and Agricultural Statistics, poultry makes a substantial contribution of 25% GDP in agricultural economy. Agricultural revolution through government policies. We use this medium to appreciate the government at all levels for all the policies put in place to sustain agricultural revolution in the country, particularly in ensuring food sufficiency in the country. However, the journey to achieving food sufficiency in this country is still very far. If imported foods are removed from our markets, the market will remain almost empty. Since 1978, we have implemented numerous agricultural operation programs like Operation Feed the Nation, Green Revolution, Back to Land, etc. Yet, the nation is still struggling for the desired food sufficiency. If after 65 years of independence, we as a nation still aspire for food sufficiency, we need to ask ourselves where we have got it wrong. For how long shall we remain followers of developed nation? When are we attaining self-liberation in technological development? When are we going to be a manufacturing country? When are we attaining greatness? When are we rising to a status of developed nation? If upon all human and land resources at our disposal, as a nation, we are yet to be self-sufficient in food availability, we need to re-strategize and think of the way forward. Nigerian farmers are serious to engage in large-scale food production, but challenges and hindrances confronting farmers need to be addressed. Some of the hindrances are as follows: loan availability and affordability, insecurity coupled with cattle herders' menace, multiple taxation, rural development neglect. Loan availability, we appreciate the government on loan disbursement to farmers. We appeal to government to do more in making loan available and affordable. Insecurity, except the government tackle insecurity, especially the menace of herders, no amount of investment in agriculture will yield the desired result. In food sufficiency, drop of water makes an ocean. Food sufficiency started with peasant farming, backyard farming, and gradually expanded from small-scale, medium-scale to large-scale agricultural production. Backyard farming, peasant farming, and small-scale agriculture have become things of the past, while medium and large-scale farming are being threatened by the menace of cattle herders. In the Southwest, more than 60% of farmers have been discouraged and forced out of the farming, that is crop production business. Many have been killed, maimed, and get their farm crop deliberately destroyed and feed to the cattle. All available land for crop production, including riverbanks, where farmers practice small and medium-scale irrigation, farming of crops and vegetables is now being overrun by cattle grazing. No food, no future. Agriculture is the bedrock of national existence. Unity and progress. Unity of a nation is paramount to national development, particularly agricultural development. Any nation that embroiled in oppression, insecurity, nepotism, corruption, and hatred is bound to fade retrogression. Multiple taxation. The state governments need to curb multiple taxation and excessive activities of the local government revenue tax collectors and contractors. They create havoc for farmers and even introduce illegal levies to force them to generate revenue for the contractors' covers. They will store vehicles indiscriminately for exploitation and extortion tendencies. Rural development. The government needs to accelerate action on rural development in the area of infrastructural development like good roads, hospitals, schools, and other social amenities needs to be addressed for large-scale farming to thrive within our rural community. Full safety will be guaranteed when farmers are secured. The speaker is here to do justice to the topic of today. Please listen attentively, as you will have a lot to gain and to apply for smooth running of poultry business. While I wish you a happy listening, once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
That was a very rich fatherly intervention by Baba Ogunaike. Quickly, we will go to the goodwill message of the National President of the Poultry Association of Nigeria, and we will take that from our National Vice President, Southwest, Reverend Oluleye. You are welcome, sir. Eba Mfatewo pe won dide o.
Great farmers. It's not loud enough. Great farmers. No farmer. Join poultry and secure your future. Join poultry. Secure your future. Hallelujah. It's a new acronym we've just learned here today. We are going to see it feature everywhere now. At the national level, when we are giving press conferences, you are going to see that acronym stand. We want to thank God for this program today. We also want to thank our stakeholders, our fathers, our living legend, our grandfather, our patron, in fact, he is carrying many caps. The first indigenous toll milling company in Nigeria, in person of Chief Professor. If you are talking about professor in any area, he's there. Ogunaike. Daddy, we celebrate you. We welcome you. We are always happy when we see you on seat in any of our programs. On behalf of the National President and on behalf of myself as the National Vice President and at the same time Southwest Chairman, we welcome all of us to these programs. All protocols duly observed. I want to commend Pan Oyo State for this laudable program. I have been attending, but this year on is like he has gone gay. When I entered, I thought I was entering to Nigerian Poultry Show in Abeokuta. Because look at the kind of booths. Last year we didn't have it like this. We did it down there in that open space. But this year, look at the way the booth has been structured. I want to thank Oyo State for this leading role in structural development in Pan Southwest. Let's put our hands together for Oyo State. As the chairman of Pan, I'm from Ondo State. But I know that when you talk of poultry production, poultry activities, poultry structures, we are far, 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 far behind Oyo State. And so when you see people doing something your own state cannot do, you have to appreciate and acknowledge it. So, sir, we appreciate, we acknowledge. We are going to overtake you in the nearest future. Hallelujah. Yes, so, and we want to specifically appreciate our local and international partners. I know all of you are there. I don't know all your names, but we want to let you know that we appreciate you so much. You are part of the driving force of poultry production in Southwest and in Nigeria as a whole. I'm sure all of you know that Southwest, we set the pace. We are pace setters in this poultry production. 70% of poultry production activities take place in Southwest. Forget about what you see on the net. They are falsified. But you know that Southwest will lead and others, they follow. This morning now, somebody can call you from Plateau. Send me day-old chicks. You understand? They can call you from Benue. They can call you from Kano. They can call you from Kaduna. And so, we want to appreciate those of you who are stakeholders that is holding your position as a hatcher, as a feed miller, as an ordinary farmer, making things work out well for Pan Southwest. Even you who is doing farming at your backyard, producing 10 crates per day, we want to appreciate all of you. The Lord will bless you and expand and enhance your business in Jesus' name. We want to let you know that you have to hold on tightly to what you are doing on your farm. That is your first primary assignment. That's why you are a member. I do tell my people, we might depend on government interventions, but don't do it. Depend on yourself on your farm. Seek for funds for yourself. If government is able to, if they are unable to, you are who you are on your farm. So it's very important. And then, we want to use this opportunity to let the Nigerian government and the institutions of government that are in charge of agriculture to know that apart from civil service in Southwest, poultry employs the largest apart from civil service. You heard what our father said. The whole activities of poultry in the entire country, those who are involved in eggs, those who are involved in chicken, about 85 million people. So it's a sector or a subsector that the government must focus. They must intervene. They must empower that sector. We have been to other climes, Europe and America. We see what structures their government has placed on ground for agriculture. As we are saying now, I might need about 2 billion in my farm. There is no way you can get in Nigeria. But in advanced country, you just apply on the nets. And before you know what's happening, you are given. So, government must intervene. Government must make sure that they specifically focus on developing this sector. Poultry sector alone can turn around the economy of the nation. Is that right? We can turn around. I want the pressmen to please put this in whatever they are going to reel this evening. We can turn around the economy of the country from this sector, poultry. Everything about this sector is useful. When you slaughter your birds, you waste the blood. And yet we import blood meal. Is that right? When you slaughter your birds, you waste the feathers. And if government can invest in these areas, it's going to generate money, revenue for the government within the country. I know a stakeholders who imported some additives, including blood meal from Europe. And he said they pay over 125 million for duties at the port. But the blood of the chicken we slaughter and waste away here. Am I right? We can do something with that. And if the government is able to put a structure like that in place, then it means if we are still going to import blood meal, the quantity will be reduced. At least we will have the local one to work with while we improve it. And not only that, I'm sure you know that if they want to do organic fertilizer, our chicken product alone is enough. And these northern people, they will come and buy it at cheaper rate and take it away. If government will put that structure in place, we can sell organic fertilizer. It will improve revenue. I'm just trying to let you know that this sector can turn around the fortunes of the entire country when we do strategic investments in the sector. So we are calling on the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the central bank to please look at these areas and this subsector. And as we do this, we are going to see our own fortune turn around. Let them provide funding at 1 digit. Even 9% is too high. I was discussing with somebody from Europe. He said there is 3%, 0.5% agricultural lending. If you have that one, will you not run with it? I'm sure some of our banks officials are here. KC, you are laughing as you are seated behind me there. He's bending his head. He's laughing very well. He's a very close person to me. KC, you know what I'm saying. If they can give this loan to us at 3% or 0.5%, we will run with it. It's development. In other climes, they pump money into the sector without looking for the money to come back, but to develop the sector. Here, we don't even pump money. They are still going around taxing us. They come and tax your farm. We do fight in my state. I will ask them, who are you taxing? Is it the farmer or the farm? Can you go and tax a cassava farm or a maize farm? We have gone to court and we have won. And so let me tell you here, those of you who are your poultry within the area where the local government people or the tax people can get to, let them know that you are not paying anything on that your farm. You can only pay your own personal income tax. Do you understand? And so next time when they come, tell them you are ready to go to court with them. They will run away. And moreover, we will interface with your commissioner at another level. And so I have a lot of things to say, but since time will not permit me, because I'm just given to say goodwill message, I want to say thank you for the patience, and God will help us in Jesus' name. Thank you.
I had to step forward before somebody will say, let us demonstrate. And then you start hearing, a luta continua. That was a very passionate presentation. Let's put our hands together again for Reverend Olule. Very passionate. And it's very good that our leaders are this passionate so that they can speak with that passion when opportunity presents itself. Because of our time, please, we will just invite the Ibadan Chamber of Commerce and Industry very briefly, Mommy. Luckily, she's my mommy. I can beg her to summarize her speech. So this is Chief Mrs. Patricia Osunde, Ibadan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You are welcome.
Good morning, everybody. It is not a speech, it is a greeting. All protocols duly observed. I really want to appreciate the Pan Association of Nigeria, or your state chamber, for putting together this very, very beautiful workshop. I welcome you all the big men and big women here seated, those who are to give speeches, even those who are already preparing their questions, because I know there will be many questions. I looked at the theme of, this is a goodwill message from the Ibadan Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. I look at the theme of this workshop. It says, strengthening poultry farmer through cooperative synergy and strategic business and strategic investments. And I say that everything here is built on hope. H-O-P-E. Yoruba says, "Ingba tí ẹ̀mí bá ń bẹ, ìrètí ń bẹ." May we never lack hope in Jesus' name. This hope, without hope, you cannot do anything. Without hoping that you will wake up tomorrow morning, you will not plan anything. And this hope has become part of us. We even have it as a name, Fall Hope. I'm going to be partial to this man, to this very gentle, simple, humble gentleman. At my inauguration last year, they called me to come and dance. And as I was dancing, I pointed, I said, Ekiti, you may not understand that. Those of you who have come from Ekiti, this is for hope. Hope, hope, hope that you have been hearing of in Ekiti is hereby sitting before us. That is for hope for you. It's an international household name. Baba Hope, kò ní sú yín, kò ní rẹ̀ yín, ẹ ní jábọ́. Àwọn tẹ́ ń kó sẹ́yìn náà tẹ́ pọ̀n bí ọmọ wọn ò ní jábọ́. And all members of PAN, ẹ ò ní jábọ́ o. Iṣẹ́ yín ò ní dìṣẹ́. I want to let you know that in hope, there is strength, there is life, there is patience, there is peace, there is success, and therefore economic strength. And that means money, money, money. This message is asking you to continue to have hope in your association, to have hope in those that are leading you, to have hope that when you go to the government, you will bring back something great. Somebody talked about funding. My brother, I hereby stand to tell you that there is funding. Last month, we were at Abuja with the Bank of Industry. For the first time, this government has set aside a sum of 75 billion to help small-scale investments and entrepreneurs. But there is a caveat. NACIMA, the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, they are so big, they are sitting on it too, on 75 billion. A man came and said, I have been asking for 6 billion. I said, Baba, don't talk, we will give you, we will give you, we will give you. How much are you asking for? But then you must belong to be able to access this money. They can give 5 million without collateral. Quote me. They can give 5 million without collateral. Your name, what you are doing, and just one sponsor. Is that not good enough? So please, but then this is our message. You must belong to a chamber of commerce. Did you hear me? So Dr. Kolade was speaking the fact. He was actually speaking before me. And we have our Baba professor. I'm not the only one where they call him professor. I called him professor some time ago. And somebody here today, that person here English well. You heard him when he was speaking. And he called him professor. Our professor is a member of the Ibadan Chamber of Commerce. In fact, from next year, April, he's going to become the president of Ibadan Chamber of Commerce. Please pray. So, PAN, you already have a large wrapper and a short oja, so please keep key into it. Finally, Dr. Kolade gave us one slogan. He said, join. Can we echo it? Join PAN. Join PAN. The second one is join the chamber. Join the chamber. Once more, join the chamber. and secure your future. There is friendliness. There is mentoring. There is money. Join the chamber. I want to salute you once again, everybody on the high table. Baba wa Segun Adis, Ekabo Eku Atijo. The Lord will continue to strengthen you. Agbayin Adale. The speaker, I'm sure that I will have to write notes and notes and notes from your speech before I go. God bless you all. Thank you very much. We wish you all well.
Thank you very much. Mama Osunde was a commissioner in Ekiti State. Mama, like when PDP was in power. So, yeah, so that's why it's easy to quickly pick up a slogan. Politicians use slogans a lot. Well, I would prefer join the chamber, secure your dollar. I like money. And the chairman is putting petrol in my vehicle because they have asked me to introduce another money person. This person was the former general manager, collaboration and branch management at the Bank of Agri, Kaduna, and he is still a consultant to the Bank of Agriculture. Mr. Bayo Jemileyin. Mr. Bayo Jemileyin, where are you, sir? Okay, is that I need the owo Esumawaju. In fact, my name is Bayo Kolade, I'm your namesake. Please come. So Mr. Bayo Jemileyin is a consultant with the Bank of Agric. He was an insider. Now he's an outsider, but insider. So those of you who need to do business with Bank of Agric, I'm setting him up. Emma Bossa. So I'm your namesake, Emma Bagbeo. Okay. We need these vehicles to please come and repack. Lagos number Ekpe 399JU. Ekpe 399JU. Then AGL 481HX. Unfortunately, the vehicle brand is not here. If you are like me, that you don't remember the plate number of your car, just check again. Check on your phone. So now we would like to quickly invite, last of all, the messages, and most important of them, the goodwill message of our Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Barrister Olasunkami Olaleye. He was here with us last year in person. And I know he's a person who loves the agri sector because he was in several programs back to back. Being absent today, he must be somewhere very important. Let's put our hands together for the Director of Veterinary Services, Dr. Aziz, as she brings the message of Barrister Olaleye. You're welcome, ma.
Distinguished guests, poultry farmers, and stakeholders, standing on all existing protocol, I want to deliver the speech of the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm highly delighted to be part of this annual event, which has been designed to judiciously address essential needs for the revitalization of the operation of the entities in the agricultural value chain for efficient and profitable performance, with emphasis on poultry industry. The theme of this year workshop, strengthening poultry farming through cooperative synergy and strategic investment, is timely and relevant. As we gather here today, I would like to acknowledge the significant contributions of poultry farmers to Oyo State's economy. Your hard work and dedication have made Oyo State a leader in poultry production, and we are committed to supporting your efforts. Poultry used to be a common source of protein for man in Nigeria, especially with the readily available local breeds in the backyard. Nowadays, farmers are faced with challenges of high cost and scarcity of feed ingredients, disease outbreak, but we believe that by working together, we can overcome the challenges facing the industry and create a more sustainable and profitable future for all stakeholders. You will recall that His Excellency at the beginning of this administration promised to drive the economy of the state using agriculture. May I seek your indulgence to list some of the achievements of Oyo State government in agriculture under the leadership of His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde. The launch of a strategic invention known as Sustainable Action for Economic Recovery, SAVER, on 5th August 2023 by the Executive Governor has achieved the following. Distribution of 8 bags, each of 50 kilogram maize grain to 2,800 poultry farmers across the states. Distribution of 100 kg bags of palm kernel cake and 2 jars of disinfectant to 1,028 pig farmers across the states. A total of 1,150 fish farmers received 3 bags, each of 15 kg fish feed. Free mass vaccination campaign, where 250,000 sheep and goats were vaccinated against PPR and 120,000 cattle were vaccinated against anthrax and CBPP. 2,536 cattle, sheep, and goat farmers received 2 bags of buried dry grain, 1 block of salt lick, as well as 2 jars of agrichlor disinfectant across the states. 2,889 crop farmers across the states benefited from inputs distribution. 50% farm tractorization subsidy to arable farmers across the states. A total sum of 1 billion was approved and instantly released to facilitate soft loan facilities at single digits of 7% interest to small-scale farmers across the states. The ministry, in collaboration with OCP, a African engaged in training of smallholder farmers from 12 communities across the states on soil testing and good agricultural practice, distribution of seedling and disinfectants to smallholder farmers across the states, facilitation of different training programs for farmers, youth, retiree, farm settlement, first settlers on pasture establishment management, conservation and artificial insemination, beekeeping, mushroom cultivation, climate smart agriculture, high value crop production, and weed management. At this junction, I would like to commend the Poultry Association of Oyo State chapter for organizing this workshop as effort to promote the interests of poultry farmers and support the growth of the industry are truly commendable. To our esteemed guests, I say you are welcome. We are honored to have you here with us today. Once again, I congratulate the organizer of this workshop, and I wish you all successful and productive workshop. I thank you all for listening.
That was the speech of the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture, Barrister Olaleye, delivered by the Director of Veterinary Services, Dr. Mrs. Aziz, to us. Let's put our hands together once again for the Honorable Commissioner, ably represented. Thank you very much, Ma, for delivering that goodwill message. And in it, she has told us several of the achievements of government. Mama, we got 8 bags of maize. And we pay share bambe, share yijagbe kekere ni. 8 bags of maize you ran yin. Àwọn àgbẹ̀ tí 8 bags of maize ràn. Àmọ́ bí tán wà. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Okay, ẹ̀yin rí gbà. Testifier. So most of you here are commercial poultry farmers. You are not backyard farmers. Okay. So quickly, we will take, with the permission of the chairman, we will take the first product presentation. The first product presentation is from FDH Nigeria Limited. So I will invite the CEO of FDH, Dr. Akinwale, to speak to us briefly. ẹ jẹ́ ká fàtẹ́wọ́ gbé wọn dìde torí wọ́n fún wa lówó. Ẹ bá pàtẹ́wọ́ tó pọ̀ fún wọn kówó yẹn tún lè pọ̀ sí lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀. Ẹ ṣé, you are welcome.
Great farmers, no farmers. I welcome everyone to this year workshop. We really appreciated you. And I want to first and foremost thank our patron. You are most welcome, sir, and all the people on the high seat. Last year, I was here and I was able to present a product which has to do with antibody for the treatment of Newcastle Gumboro, egg drop syndrome, and avian influenza. And but by that particular time, the time was not enough for us to be able to let you see people that have used the product and the testimonial up about it. And so for just 1 minute, I'm just going to present the video to us for everybody to see. The product has been used in every part of the country, and there have been an excellent result. Then, after then, we have brought another product again, which is secondary to that one, because that one actually has infectious bronchitis antibody. So if your chicken is having problem with infectious bronchitis disease, so you can always call for the antibody, and once you apply it, the buzz will be okay. So just permit me just like 2 or 3 minutes. Let us just look at the video. Excuse me. Okay. If you could not get this one right, please go back to the broiler zone. Go back to the broiler zone, the first one. These are the birds, they are broilers, but they are having problems with gumboro and they are not eating. So the farmer is not checking up on them, they are not eating. But you can discover that they are actually incubating gumboro. So the antibody was applied, and in less than 24 hours, the birds were okay. Can I have the second video? You can see them now. The birds are eating now. So that is about it. And then the last time I said that what the antibody does is that antibody is going to specifically spot the pathogens. And when the spot the pathogens is going to actually neutralize it, or is going to actually interact with the body, and in the system of the body is going to clear it off. That is just the simple layman language that I'm going to talk about how this particular product, how it works. Hello? So, if you look at it, last year, we bring Immuno 4-IGY, which is a combination of ND, IBD, EDS, and AI. But this particular time, we bring ND, IB plus IBD. So this one now have IB now. So if a chicken is having the problem with ND or IB or is IBD, and the reason why we have to put these ones together is that most of the time, farmer will be having the problem with Newcastle disease, infectious bronchitis disease, and they will be thinking it is Newcastle disease because both of them are respiratory disease. And that is why we have to think that it is better that we bring a product which is going to be 3 in 1, ND, IB, and IBD. And as I said last year, you can give it by injection, and then you can also apply it through water, and you have to test the bulbs. Then I want to quickly go into why do we need to actually bring the vaccine, the antibody for infectious bronchitis. I want to quickly deliberate on that. Next slide. I think there's an issue from their side. Let me just quickly talk off about it. Most of the time, the farmer will have the problems with infectious bronchitis. And most of the time, the immune system, which is from the day old, which is maternal immunity, it can only last the best for 7 days. After 7 days, the immune system, which is the maternal immunity, must have been depreciated by 7 days. But what we discover in Nigeria is that most of our farmers are not vaccinating their birds against infectious bronchitis. Many of the farmers will only vaccinate against Gumboro and Lasota. And so at the end of the day, in the course when the birds are very small, they'll be having all these challenges. Then, if the birds are in the day old, is having 100% antibody, which is maternal antibody. But when it is 7 days old, the maternal antibody has dropped to only 30%. So now, your birds is now exposed to the local environmental pathogens, which is the fish strain. And then at the end of the day, after 7 days, they will be exhibiting all the necessary symptoms like sneezing, gasping, and railing. So now, what do we need to do? What we need is to do is that after the 7 days, the immunity has already dropped to the 30%. Please, can I have the second slide? There is untimely vaccinations of flock by the farmers. There is a persistent vaccination reaction due to sneezing, coughing, and railing. Most of the vaccine in the market, they are homologous, and then that is increasing the mutations rate. Then there is also bacterial infection, which is giving rise to complication, with IB resulting into persistent cough, raise, and sneezing. What do I mean by homologous and what do I mean by heterologous? Most of the farmers, when they want to go and buy the infectious bronchitis vaccine, they don't know the difference between the two. But I'm going to show to us how you are going to vaccinate your birds against infectious bronchitis. When we talk about the homologous, what it means is that when you want to start the vaccinations of your birds against infectious bronchitis, you must start with the one on day old. You must start with the one that have only one strain. And that is Massachusetts. So when you start with that one, then the second time, you are now going to give them the one that contains 2 strains. That is the effective way, and that is why I mentioned the homologous strain vaccine and the heterologous strain vaccine. So if you want to buy infectious bronchitis vaccine, you need to ask them, how many strains is it? If your bird is just day old, you don't need the one that contains 2 strains. You need the one that contains. If the birds are now going to the second vaccination, then you can now apply the 2 strains bivalent vaccine. Please, can I have the second slide? So these are the strains that we have. And then these are the strains that we have. We have about more than even other this strain. But what happened is that in our own local environment here, we have different strains. But the most important thing is that after the 4th vaccination, after you have primed, the subsequent one should be 2 strains. Next slide. Next slide, next slide. Now, this is where I'm going to round up. If you look at this particular chart, this is the best vaccinations program which every farmer must have for their farm. If you don't want to have any problem with infectious bronchitis disease on your farm, when the chicken are day old, you must give what we call monovalent IB, and that is what Massachusetts serotype. That is the first day. So when the birds were now 2 weeks, by this time to this time, there is always what you call maternal immunity. And the maternal immunity by this place has reduced to 30%. So it is good for you to vaccinate when the birds are 2 weeks of age. And you are going to, you will not give again only one strain. You will give a strain of IB that is having 2 strains. And that is why we put here, you can see this one, and this other one. So at 2 weeks, at 5 weeks, at 9 weeks. And this is good for the people that are raising broiler, because around this time, broiler must have been disposed. But the people that are actually raising layers, that means you will give your birds infectious bronchitis on day old, 2 weeks, 5 weeks, 9 weeks. Then when the birds reach 14 weeks, you are going to give inactivated oil vaccine against the IB. And it has been proved very effectively. If you follow this particular chart, your bird is going to lay very well. You will not have any challenges. You will not have any reaction. You will not have any respiratory problem. It is a perfect vaccination program that has been used worldwide. And I want all our farmers to actually employ this. But in case you are having any problem that have to do with infectious bronchitis vaccine, maybe you are vaccinated and the birds are reacting and they are dying. If you call on us, we have the antibody for infectious bronchitis, Newcastle, and Gumboro combined together. So we can always supply you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That was FDH. Let's appreciate him once again. Now, he has spoken from a commercial standpoint, which is very correct and which is good education for us. From a purely professional standpoint, when it is time to vaccinate, call your animal health service provider. Check me. Vaccines are like bombs. This education is good for you to know what your animal health provider is supposed to do. It's like going to your doctor and saying, what injection are you trying to give me? But please, when it is time to vaccinate, from a professional point of view, always work with your animal health service provider. Oh, wow, Nijo. So, it's time now to go to the theme presentation. And what we shall be doing now is inviting our theme speaker for this year. I know that ordinarily it is when they want to give people an award that they ask them to come and stand. Okay. 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 Ẹ má bínú, owó ni mo rí tó jẹ́ kí n sáré dákẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Mi mọ nǹkan tó dé tán fowó tempt mi látàárọ̀. Owó yẹn dẹ̀ pọ̀ díẹ̀. So maybe it's my own. Let me keep quiet for now. So I was saying that it is when you want to receive a word that you sometimes say, let's read citation. So we will not read citation, we will read profile. Or we will listen now to the profile of our keynote speaker today. And once the profile is read, we will now invite our keynote speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the board as we listen to the profile of our keynote speaker for today. Yes, you have to stand. So let's listen to the profile of our keynote speaker for today.
Ayoluwa Okediji is a visionary entrepreneur, corporate strategist, and agribusiness consultant with nearly 2 decades of experience driving innovation, digital transformation, and market expansion in the agri-food sector. As the founder and CEO of Agro Infotech Africa Group, he has pioneered high-impact solutions that optimize value chains, enhance market access, and build sustainable agribusiness models. His expertise spans business consulting, technology integration, and corporate innovation, positioning him as a leading force in transforming Africa's food and agricultural systems. Ayoluwa has led the development of industry-defining initiatives through various transformative frameworks integrating livestock, crop system, and digital infrastructure to optimize productivity and profitability. His work in digital traceability and quality assurance systems has strengthened compliance and risk resilience across value chains, ensuring the authenticity and safety of agricultural products. He has also designed innovative agribusiness finance structures, unlocking investment opportunities, cooperative-driven capital mobilization, and financial inclusion for agri-food stakeholders. In addition, he has been instrumental in scaling alternative feed solutions, particularly in the development of high-quality feed production models that reduce input costs and improve the efficiency of livestock farming. As a strategic consultant, Ayoluwa works at the intersection of business structuring, policy advocacy, and capacity building, collaborating with industry leaders, farmer cooperative, government, and development organizations to drive value chain competitiveness. His efforts in digital agricultural extension services have empowered thousands of farmers with real-time advisory, data-driven decision-making tools, and market intelligence. With a deep understanding of enterprise growth and sustainability, he continues to develop scalable, technology-driven models that accelerate agribusiness transformation. Beyond consulting, Ayoluwa is a thought leader, trainer, and speaker, shaping conversation on agribusiness innovation, economic empowerment, and corporate transformation. His strategic insights on business sustainability, value chain optimization, and investment structuring are widely sought after by industry professionals and policy makers. His contributions to entrepreneurship, digital agriculture, and financial inclusion are setting new standards for excellence in the global agri-food ecosystem. Under his leadership, Agro Infotech Africa Group, a tiered consortium comprising Agro Infotech Consulting Limited, Agro Infotech Labs Limited, and Agri-Business Dynamics Technology Limited, is at the forefront of leveraging emerging technologies to empower farmers, agribusinesses, and value chain stakeholders. Through his expertise and vision, Ayoluwa continues to build sustainable food systems, drive economic growth, and redefine the future of agribusiness in Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, it's my pleasure to invite the keynote speaker of Oyo Poultry Mega Workshop, Mr. Ayoluwa Okediji, founder and CEO, Agro Infotech Africa.
For to be here today at the Oyo State Mega Poultry Workshop 2025 of the Poultry Association of Nigeria Oyo State Branch. And I want to thank the executives of the Poultry Association of Nigeria Oyo State Branch for this opportunity. I don't need to go into this again. A wonderful introduction has been done about my profile and the little we've been able to do in this industry. I lead the team at Agri-Infotech Africa, and once again, my name is Ayoluwa Okeji. Basically, what we do, we are leveraging innovation and emerging technologies for the agri-food business re-engineering. It's a lot of tech words, but I should mention to us that Agri-Infotech Africa has been in existence since 2006, and this is what we have been doing full-time. We have worked with major practitioners across the agri-food value chain, especially the poultry industry. And we have been a part of so many, impactful projects as been mentioned on my profile. So, just as an introduction, poultry farming in Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa is at a pivotal moment. And I'm starting by explaining that we are going through a lot. And I'm going to be speaking to some data that will speak to some of the challenges that we are facing and the best way that we can actually come out of it. Despite the sheer determination that we all have, because poultry farmers are hard workers, it's very strange to have poultry farmers in one room like this, if it's not because you are celebrating your anniversary. Poultry farmers are always on their farms, or they are in the feed mill, or they are trying to sort a problem or the other. It's really a very difficult time, and I hope and pray that we are going to thrive beyond this time to be able to weather the storms that we are presently facing. The fragile model of what we have as poultry farmers, it poses a lot of serious risk to food security, economic growth, and employment. My assignment today is to highlight critical challenges and present innovative practical solutions for sustainable poultry farming. I have some statistics here that I'll just speak to. This is about the Nigerian poultry industry. And this is an updated statistics as far back, as early as 2024. The Nigerian poultry population is a little bit over 200 million birds that are placed annually. I need to mention that because most times when they are trying to run the statistics of this industry, people miss out to understand that poultry farming is in cycles. It is not a permanent structure you just put down and you expect it, apart from the building and the cage. But the operationality of what you do is on a cyclic basis. Egg production, Nigeria produces over 650 billion naira worth of eggs annually. Approximately, it's around 10 billion eggs. Meat production accounts for 30%. Poultry meats accounts for 30% of the total meat consumption in Nigeria. And I should say that it is chicken and egg that is the most affordable protein in this country today. Chicken is cheaper than beef. Chicken is cheaper than fish. In terms of GDP contribution, the livestock sector contributes 7 to 10% of Nigeria's agricultural GDP. And poultry is the largest contributor within the livestock sector. I want us to be taking note of these key points. In terms of smallholder farmers' dominance, over 60% of poultry production comes from smallholder farmers that have less than 1,000 birds, either broilers or layers. In terms of employment, the poultry industry or the value chain itself presently employs or supports over 25 million Nigerians. That is more than 10% of this country's population. Now, I'm going to drill it down a bit into Oyo State. Oyo State, I call it the poultry powerhouse of Nigeria. And it's not because we are just in Oyo State. It is because, truly, Oyo State is the poultry powerhouse. And we are speaking to that because Oyo State contributes 11% to Nigeria's total poultry production. We might look at 11% as a small number. But if you look at the statistics of other states, it is closely followed by Lagos and Ogun states. They are dragging that next 7-8%. It is home to the highest concentration of breeder farms and hatcheries in the country. If we think about this, it will let us know that the foundation of poultry business are the breeder farms. Do we agree? And the hatcheries, because there's no broiler farm, there's no layer farm without the breeder farms and the hatcheries. Oyo State holds the largest day-old chicks market in sub-Saharan Africa, and they are trading over 10 million birds weekly. Now, I'm not saying this is the total trade in that market, but what is being moved from each of the hatchery owners to other farms is actually, around this figure. In terms of infrastructure and market access, we have a lot of key poultry clusters that exist in Ibadan, Oyo, Isheyin, Ogbomoso, and Okeogun zones. Eggs and broilers from Oyo are distributed to neighboring states like Lagos, Ogun, Kwara, and Osun, while day-old chicks move beyond Nigeria's borders. What we're saying is that from Oyo State, day-old chicks move to Ghana, moves to Togo, moves to, other regional areas. Now, the challenges facing poultry businesses, in terms of, I've mentioned the strategic contribution of the poultry industry to Nigeria's agricultural sector, and our farms are struggling, are stagnating, and even some of them are presently shut down. Livestock subsector contributes 25% to Nigeria's agricultural GDP. It accounts for 30% of Nigeria's livestock GDP. The poultry industry accounts for 30% of the entire livestock GDP. And in total, the poultry industry contributes 10% to Nigeria's total agricultural GDP. Again, I'm now going to run through what a survey we did last year in Oyo State. Over 65% of small farms and medium poultry farms in Oyo State are presently operating below 50% of their installed capacity. Nearly 2 in 4 farms have shut down presently or suspended operations due to high input costs and market instability. What does this mean? If we ask 4 farmers to stand up now at random, you are likely to see 2 out of them that have shut down their operations. And we're able to, this sample was across 150 farms, across all the 5 zones in Oyo State. And if we look at these charts, the blue line is actually what they presently have in stock. The red line is their installed capacity. What does this mean? For a farm that has, let's say, a 10,000 capacity in terms of maybe their the stocking capacity, they have less than 5,000 birds on their farm today. As of this morning when we're even, discussing, one farmer just mentioned that, he just had to keep 200 birds on the farm so that, and in February, when there was a spike in the cost of egg, he was almost regretting that why did I even shut down in the first place? The challenges that are facing poultry business are so many things I'm going to be discussing. And I'm now going to, before we delve into the solutions that we're proposing today, and before I delve into this, let me say that it is important for us to understand the dynamics of the industry where we operate. We are not alone. As at yesterday, the United States is importing eggs from South Korea and Turkey because they had an incidence of AI just like, some few months ago. And they lost almost 160 million birds. So as a result of that, the present egg that they produce in the United States is not enough again. And they are importing from Turkey, they are importing from South Korea. Someone asked me this morning, can't we export from Nigeria? There are so many stories to that because our production practices does not encourage export yet. So, there's a feed cost crisis. The high costs of production and feed dependency, we all know that feed accounts for nothing less than 60 to 70%, even in some cases. Some people will argue that it's up to 80% of the total cost of production. Price fluctuations due to the exchange rates, feed ingredients shortages, and inflation makes cost prediction to be very difficult. Our grand patron has speak so much into this initially, and I just want us to realize that there's a reason for all this repetition. Reliance on important feed components. I'm not saying that we are importing all the components, but the fact remains that we don't have enough maize and soybean, which is like the major component of this 70% feed, and we are now leveraging on importation. Feed components and all these importations, they weaken the resilience of the players in the industry. Market instability and poor value addition, because this is leading to us having volatile markets and low returns. When there is oversupply of eggs, we call it glut. And I think every poultry farmer is always afraid of that. And you know that glut does not just happen to egg farmers alone. It also happens to broiler farmers, especially when they don't have enough storage to be able to put what they have produced. The lack of storage and processing facilities forces farmers to sell their birds at low prices, especially broiler farmers. Poultry farmers are price takers. We are not price makers. What does this mean? It is whatever the industry or whatever the situation of the country gives to us that we take. We don't have that strength of being able to dictate our own price and be able to stay with that price, despite the fact that we are producing almost at a loss. And this is reducing our profitability. There's limited access to sustainable financing. Please, I want us to note that I'm not just saying financing. I'm talking about sustainable financing. And this is limiting a lot of things, even in terms of succession gaps. I was in one of the poultry cooperatives meeting that we had some weeks ago. And someone was asking me, are you a farmer? And respectfully, I told them, sorry, I'm not a farmer. And I choose not to be a farmer. I choose not to be a farmer because my parents are farmers, and I understand what we face growing up. So I don't want to be like my dad when it comes to the business that he chose. But I found myself in a sector that I'm passionate about, and my contribution is to leverage on whatever I can leverage on to solve the problem of other farmers like my dad. So what I'm trying to say is that it is not everybody that must be a farmer for them to be able to operate within the poultry industry. We should all have our specific roles that we are playing, and we should be able to make do with what we're able to achieve. Thank you very much. Most poultry farmers rely on personal savings and high interest loans. Banks are. That's why we have brought you here today. We also know that it's not in the hands of banks, because some investors have put their money to establish a bank. And what they're expecting is return on investments. So if you expect a bank to give you money for free, you are only going to deceive yourself. And I've heard so many stories of a lot of bad, loans that poultry farmers are not paying back and all of that. The bankers will see today that we are not in control of so many things, so it's not our fault that we are owing them. But it is our fault that we are not putting ourselves together in unison to be able to fight some of these challenges. And that's what we are here to discuss today. Cooperatives are not well structured to attract institutional investors. Even for existing cooperatives, we are limiting ourselves to what we can contribute within ourselves and what we can loan from the bank. There's no bank that will give you less than the 28 or 30% interest rate that they are giving. Let's be honest with ourselves. And for us to expect government to do the work, we are only going to deceive ourselves continuously. The education sector is pulling government. Health sector is pulling government. Agric is pulling government. And they have limited resources to share around. So a time will come when we realize that we have our life in our hands and we just have to make do with that we have. Another problem here is that there is no clear succession planning. Which means that businesses often die with their founders. My father's farm is in Idiba, opposite Ilora Junction. It's not too far from Joslad Farms, for those of us that understand that environment. I still argued with my mom last week when we had to hire some people to go and cut the grasses. Because the farm is there, and we're only using money to cut the grasses. My dad is late now. He died 16 years ago. And ever since he left, the farm has been there. We're not interested. Because we understand that you can't practice it at that level. So what I'm trying to say is that most of the infrastructures that we are building today, our children will not be interested. Because they are not ready to face the challenges that their parents face. No matter how much more we want to, make it sound. For the sake of relationships, some of them will be telling, Daddy, Mommy, don't worry. We are going to take care of the farm. Send them to Canada. Send them to US. You will realize that they are not coming back. And a poultry farm is a permanent structure that is very difficult. They are not really movable. And you realize that, we get ourselves into building all those structures thinking that we are trying to protect the future of our children. But at the end of the day, you realize that they will not be interested. And it's not their fault. They just don't want to be like their parents. I don't want to be like mine in terms of the business that they went into. But I'm still within the agricultural space. And I think they are proud of what I do now. Thank you very much. Another point here is that we have... Okay. So these three challenges I've mentioned, they lead to high mortality rates among poultry businesses. They are reducing the sector's ability to create wealth, jobs, and ensure food security. Now, let me give a little analysis. For someone that has 100 layer birds in their backyard, and they're achieving 75% production, how many eggs are they getting? 75. 75 eggs is how many crates? 2.5 crates. 2.5 crates in 30 days. What do we have? Around 375. 75 crates. Now, 75 crates multiplied by 5,000. Let's just say 5. I know you are not selling at 5,000, but let's say 5,000. How much do we have? 375,000. Let us assume that your cost of production is 80%. How much is left? It should be 75,000. 80%, if that's your cost of production. So you have 75,000 left. How much is minimum wage today? How much is the announced minimum wage? I'm not saying how much they are collecting. How much are they announced? 70,000. So what does that mean? If you have a young person that is empowered with just 100 birds, they can make a profit at their backyard that equates to the same minimum wage that the government will give them. 100 birds. But they need to do it rightly. And they need to do it within a structured environment. And that's why we are talking about what we are looking at today. So, I'm going to speak into some insights that I want us to draw from. And I'm going to be using 3 examples. One that we're a bit familiar with, and maybe others that are in other climes. So I'm going to be talking about the First Bank of Nigeria. How many of us know First Bank? How many First Bank customers are here? Don't worry, they are not here to check if you are owing them or not. Just if you have a First Bank account. Okay, almost 40%. Oh, for one loan. Okay, chairman, sir. Only First Bank for one loan, sir. Now, what I'm speaking to today is that the First Bank of Nigeria is over 126 years old as of today. I think they are 130 something. But this data that I have confirms that they are 126 years of age. There's nobody that's 126 years here. So what it means is that there is a Nigerian institution that has been in existence in the last over 100 years. How many farms do you have in Nigeria today that has existed in the last 100 years? How many farms? Not even just poultry. Just mention any farm. So the question is why? I'm going to be speaking to another bank that is called Rabobank. Maybe some of us have heard about this. Rabobank is a cooperative bank with a 130 years legacy. Landus Cooperative is another one I'm going to be speaking to. Landus Cooperative is a U.S. farmer-owned cooperative. Please note, farmer-owned cooperative. And it's been in existence since 1888. So what I'm trying to tell us is that these three examples I'm given, they've been in existence in the last over 100 years. And I'm going to, as I said, start with First Bank. So what are the things that made First Bank to still be in existence? Adaptability and innovation. The ability of First Bank to be able to adapt to technological advancements and changing market conditions. Not just First Bank. UBA is like 75 years. So you see that, they're also in the progression of that level of growth. Changing market conditions. Leveraging digital platforms to enhance customer service and expand its reach. So my dad used to bank with Union Bank. And anytime I follow him to Union Bank, the one in, we call it Ojodo in Owode in Oyo, the one just by at the junction of Odueron, for those that knows Union Bank. There's always a ledger that is going to go with. And they will carry one big book and trace where his name is to look for the amount he has left, and they will do manual balancing. Thank you, sir. That used to be in the days. But even microfinance banks, as of today, they are trying to evolve into the digital economy in terms of making sure that they are able to stay in tune with all these advancements. When it comes to customer service, it was First Bank that started that initiative of customer first, customer first, customer first. And these are some of the things that help them to build strong customer relationships. And these are things we are saying that poultry cooperatives can replicate by fostering community ties and providing employment opportunities. Now, Rabobank started with what we call a local cooperative empowerment. They began as like rural credit unions in various rural regions, where they pool savings from farmers to fund modernization efforts. So if we're going to look at the insight from Rabobank, what we're encouraging poultry farmers in Oyo State to do is to form investment-ready cooperatives. We know that, yes, you have some cooperatives that are already existing. Investment-ready cooperatives for bulk purchasing, feed security, and market access. When we get to the panel session, we're going to be speaking to, because ingredient suppliers or raw material suppliers, they are to sell their market. Do we understand? Even despite the fact that the price of maize and soya came down, do you notice that it took a lot of time for the price of feed to drop? They are here. I'm not looking at their faces. Do we understand? It took a time for the price of feed to drop. And the moment they realized that the price of egg was not coming down, some of them went to the press. And they started saying the price of egg will soon drop. Which kind of prophecy is that? When farmers are operating at 50% of their capacity. So, another thing that Rabobank was able to do was to structure their financial inclusion. They were able to model and they prioritize farmer-centric financing. So what do we mean? And I want to encourage financiers that are here. The same way you are going to finance a trading company is not the same way you are going to finance a production company. Every farm is a production enterprise. Do we agree? For each of your birds on your farm, they are either producing egg for you or they are producing meat. And it takes raw material for you to feed into them before you can get the output. If those raw materials are not correct, what happens to your output? So let's be careful about marketers when they market products to us. Because if you are not careful, you are likely to buy. Let them show you their results before you decide to purchase from them. For your state, it means that we need to design cooperative frameworks that can attract institutional investors. It is not bank money that will help us. That's the fact. What will help us are institutional patient capital financing, that they can wait 20 years before they get their returns back. Do we understand? And everybody can grow from having just 100 birds to 500 to 5,000 and, up until when God will help you. Someone told me that an individual should not manage more than 50,000 layer birds. I don't know how far that is true. I'll still find out from a lot of mentors I have here that when your layer birds is more than 50,000, make sure you either downsize or you maintain whatever you have. But I think our mentors in the industry will be able to tell us what is correct. So, that's for Rabobank. Another one I mentioned, the third one, is the Land Use Farmers Cooperative. And I'm going to be speaking to the innovation about their concept. They were able to introduce what we call a conduit platform that offers low-cost financing, insurance, and data-driven tools. We should be able to go to a bank and borrow money that is designed for broiler farmers. Do we understand? We should be able to go to a bank and borrow money that is designed for layer farmers. We should be able to approach our bank and borrow money that is designed for a feed miller. Not that the same money they are giving to every other person is the same thing they want to negotiate with farmers. Farmers may never repay, honestly. So, for your state, it translates that we need farmer-centered technology platforms that can help us with real price tracking. If I ask everybody here, how much is the price of egg? One thing I've seen with Pan or your state is that Okeogun people, you will not hear their price. Do you know why? If you ask any Okeogun person here, how much are they selling egg? They may not answer you. I'm sure Omokpa. We can try it though. You realize that they will not answer you because they want to manage whatever they are producing at their markets. They don't want influx from Oyo and Ogbomoso and Ibadan. Because the moment they tell you their price, Ibadan people will move eggs to their side, Oyo will move. And at the end of the day, they are not able to sell. So, but that is changing because I should say that one of the things we did with Oyo State, Poultry Association, from November 22 up until yesterday, we have done well over 1 million eggs that we have been able to, channel access to markets beyond Oyo State. And I think that is something we need to appreciate PAN executives for. Now, what that has done is that if you ask people in other southwest states, they will tell you that in December there was glut. But in Oyo State, there was no reported incidence of glut. If you go and look at the records very well. It was because we were able to move that volume of eggs to a major off-taker. And they were able to actually pay for it. I also know that farms have shut down, right? But what I'm trying to say is that by the time we expand all these opportunities, the issue of glut is going to be a thing of the past by God's grace. Sustainability partnership. So one of the things that Land Use also does is that they collaborate with a lot of other private sector firms. In this case, Indigo Ag. And what they did was to link farmers to carbon credit markets and premium buyers. Poultry cooperatives. I want you to notice something. I'm not just talking about poultry farms. I'm talking about poultry cooperatives. So poultry cooperatives can partner with private firms to create sustainability certifications for poultry products. So I want us to bring out the lessons in all these three examples I've given. So for the banking sector example that I'm using in this presentation, one of the things they did was that they were able to adapt and innovate. Poultry farmers, poultry cooperatives, we need to adapt to the economic conditions where we find ourselves. And we must be able to innovate. If we ask anybody here that has been in the poultry business for more than 20 years, they will tell you that they are still here because they stayed. I've had time to speak to so many of them. They didn't just come in for 5 years, and when they saw the problem, they ran out. No. They were able to stay with the problem, innovate around the problem, and now, we can celebrate them today. So long-standing banks evolve with technology and customer needs. So for poultry cooperatives, we must be able to adapt using digital tools, traceability systems, and real-time advisory platform to support their member farms and remain competitive. I'm talking about the cooperatives, supporting their member farms. The second lesson, structured financial inclusion. The banks grew by creating structures that support savings, loans, and reinvestments. Poultry cooperatives should serve as financial intermediaries, organizing farmers to access affordable credit, manage risk, and enable growth. I will explain this, please. I think it's high time for banks to stop lending to individual farmers. And please, before you crucify me, I want you to hear me out. So there's a data I have access to of one of the financial institutions. The loan they borrowed to farmers was well over 200. And 187 have not paid back. Do we understand? 200 borrowed money. 187 have not paid back the money. Will they loan money to other farmers? So the fact is that if we structure ourselves into cooperatives, we have also been able to check with the cooperative end. People don't hold money in cooperatives. So. Do we understand what I just said? In the cooperative, people don't owe money. You know why? Because there's cross-guaranteeing inside the cooperative. Before I can take money, I will need 2 or 3 people that can guarantee the money I want to take. And if they don't pay, if I don't pay, they will pay. Do you understand? So let the bank stop borrowing individual farmers and let them borrow their cooperatives. And let the cooperative manage the resources and be able to pay back farmers. But with a caveat, if we have experienced farmers, people that have weathered the storm, 15, 20 years, they have track record of what they have done. The banks will not even come and ask anybody before they will even be begging them to come and take the facility. Do we understand? So it's important for us to understand that while we are still growing, it is best we put ourselves together in cooperatives and be able to, and I like the structure of PAN, especially in Oyo State. So we got to know that PAN has 37 chapters, if I'm correct. And these 37 chapters, we identified that we have over 30 cooperatives in each of those chapters. That's a wonderful structure. And please, let's give a round of applause to PAN in Oyo State. And Baba, thank you very much, because we saw a lot of your handworks in some of these chapters. The third one is about collective strength and local empowerment. Poultry cooperatives should mirror this by aggregating resources for bulk purchases, feed security, and shared infrastructure. By the time the banks have borrowed the cooperative money, then we can go to FDH. We can go to New Hope. We can go to any of these inputs sellers and tell them that, oh, we have a farm. What's the capacity of your farm? 100,000. The person that is representing the cooperative may not have 5,000 birds. I want us to understand. But he's speaking on behalf of the collectiveness of his members. And because of that volume, not only will they invite him to come and meet the MD, he's going to be able to negotiate something that is much more better on behalf of every other person. So there's strength when we unite. The fourth one talks about diversification for sustainability. Poultry cooperatives should explore value-added products. Let us stop selling our eggs as we are selling them. A crate of packaged eggs is sold for 8,500, 9,000 naira in the supermarket. Where I stay around Oluyole in Ibadan, a crate of eggs is sold for 6,500. Whereas at the farm gates, 4,008, 4,009, in some cases, maybe 5,000. And you can imagine the gap. So what if poultry farmers around Ibadan Southwest, Ido, are able to group themselves into this cluster that we're talking about? And they can control egg consumption within that territory. You can choose to sell for 5,500 or 6,000. And you're able to make, the profit that you're supposed to make. The fifth one, in terms of these lessons, please don't let's forget that I'm still speaking to the lessons that we are getting from the banking structure. Digital integration and partnerships. Poultry cooperatives in New York can partner with fintech and agri-tech firms to offer similar support, improving efficiency and transparency. So if we leverage on some of these things, if I ask everybody now, if they want to send money to you and they say you should drop your account, 80% of people here, which account are you going to drop? Zenith Bank or OPay? Okay. I'll pick what I want. So if I ask anybody here, why are you picking OPay? It's faster and it's efficient. Sorry, OPay is not part of those that paid us here. So I'm not advertising for them. But what I'm trying to talk about is that efficiency and speed is going to beat even the best of the banks. And that's why, there's nothing they want to do to it. So I expect a time to come when poultry farmers, especially in Oyo State, will be able to have their own bank. And it is possible in less than 5 years if we get our act right. When we have our own bank, it is easier to be able to negotiate and be able to loan money that we know that is going to be profitable to our members. The sixth one here, in terms of the lesson and the final one, is business continuity and succession planning. Cooperatives and member farms must professionalize leadership, train successors, and document systems to ensure sustainability across generations. Please, I will spend some time on this because I'll be speaking to this continuously in my presentation. Enough of creating businesses that we want to hand over to our children. Let us build structures and systems. The moment you have 10,000 capacity farm and you have a loyal staff that has served you for 5 years and above, set them up within your business. Set them up within your business, put the right structures and systems in place, and you realize that after you must have gone, let's say you live 100 years, because they're already part of your business. But if you structure the business well, you can allocate the shares of the business to your children. So even if they don't live in Nigeria, or even if they are not interested, what it means is that they can always go back and say, we have 10% stake in that business. And they can pay lawyers, they can pay experts to be able to help them structure what they're doing. Most of our businesses in Nigeria, they don't live beyond their founders because we are building something that is just meant for ourselves and our families alone. Some of the people I've met in this industry, they will not have left where they started from. if they've taken care of them in that structure. I know we have our own issues traditionally, but there are ways that we can always deal with some of these things. I'll be speaking to some of these things as we go in my presentation. So, I'm going to explain something that we call the Corporation Cooperative Framework. And please, I want us to please pay attention. In order to break the cycle of poultry business failure, we must transition from a fragmented, individually driven model to a cooperative and investment-backed system. The Corporation Cooperative Framework is a proven model that is used in leading agricultural economies. And I'm going to be speaking to how this works. I won't have much time to explain this, but it will give us an insight into what I mean about the Corporation Cooperative Framework. I want us to look at what we have up here. In green, what do we have there? Finance. Can anybody imagine kini? Come on, anything. Finance is why we are all here, because we want to protect our businesses. Now, if you look at the black space, you have what we call the value chain cooperative. So what it means is that if you bring broiler value chain and you put it inside this place, the same structure applies. If you bring layer business and you put it into the value chain, it applies. But what I want to point here is this. Every poultry farmer starts with a poultry farm. Is that correct? Then you start to think of how you want to save costs on feed. Then you start milling feed yourself. Right? By the time you start to mill feed and your farm capacity is growing, you have a feed mill. By the time you have a feed mill, if my farm is not too far from your place, I'll come and meet you and say, just actually my mill for you. And they start to mill. Before you know it, the second version of the business sets up, which is the feed mill. Now, by the time that sets up and they start to sell, they realize that, you know what, I think this our feed mill has evolved into a commercial feed mill, and everybody is coming to come and mill in their space. But because they also want to be profitable, you realize that every farmer too will take that same step, start their own feed mill, and it has become a structure. Now, what this is saying is that if you are a producer, stay as a producer. Be efficient as a producer. But be a part of a cooperative that can own feed mills or that can support existing feed millers within the cooperative. And when it comes to negotiation, the cooperative is negotiating on behalf of the member farms. And everybody can operate profitably within that structure. If you don't tell us how much your production cost is, nobody will know within your cooperative. And you can tell your members, don't sell egg more than 5,000 naira per crate. And we can see that we are going to start to see some impact in this space. And when it comes to processed and packaged foods, raw materials, value addition, even exports and setting up industries, if it is cooperative driven, let farmers remain as producers. Scale your operation from 10,000 to 20,000 to 50,000 if God permits you, even to 100,000. But make sure that the structure you have is circled around the cooperative. And at the end of the day, one thing I should also mention is that you can start a cooperative within your own farm. The moment you realize that you have grown to a level, your workers can be the initial cooperative you are going to start with. Don't start if you have less than 1,000 birds. So I'm just saying. But the moment you start to have an appreciable number, start a cooperative within your structure. The feed mill you want to go and start, you can register it as a second business. Hold on to 90% of the stake. Give 10% to that loyal staff that has served you for 10 years or 5 years. And let them earn over time based on their loyalty and whatever. And gradually you can divest some of those stock options to them. We can discuss this much more deeply in other cooperative sessions. But what I'm trying to point here is that what this model does is to make input manufacturers to stay as input manufacturers, either as an hatchery operator or as a feed miller. While producers can operate as a producer, distributors can operate as distributors, and we can have that inclusion level. So, the model I just showed us, I'll just run through the key benefits. When it comes to bulk purchase of inputs, I've mentioned this, it reduces feed costs through collective procurement and direct engagement with feed manufacturers. Don't go as a single farmer that you have less than 5,000 birds to go and negotiate with feed millers. Make sure you go collectively as a cooperative, get the best price for your cooperative, then let them supply you directly. I know that some feed distributors will not like what I'm saying, because cooperatives are supposed to be the feed distributors themselves, so that we are not taking advantage of ourselves unduly, and for everybody to have what we call shared prosperity. Now, when it comes to egg and broiler aggregation centers, I've used Oluyole as an example. We should have egg aggregation centers when people can drive to and buy. There's something I've seen around our environment now. You see a lot of people park their cars. They put crate of eggs on top. Is that always cheaper than when you go into the store to go and buy? Egg is egg. I understand that when it comes to quality, you won't know until when you open it. Do we understand? Cooperative-based financing, I have mentioned this. We can attract large-scale investors who prefer structured cooperatives over individual farmers. It is not that it is impossible to get 2% interest rates, but we can only get it from institutional investors, not from banks, because even CBN will give them the limits of what they need to operate with. So, so why are we running to them? I have two other points here. Digital integration for traceability and risk management. I'll give an example. One of the reasons I said I wasn't interested in farming was because I would not have sat for my JSS 3 exam. My father would not have been able to pay for my JSS 3 exam because of some set of birds that we brought into our farm. And it was after they entered 32 weeks that we realized that it was not from the source. I was saying that the reason I'm not interested to go into farming is because my experience when I was in GSS 3, my dad was not able to pay for my, what do we call it, GSCE. Because there was a problem. Because we were dealing with the issue, before that time. So how many of that is the experience of some farmers today? When you want to buy day-old chicks from CHI or Zatec, and they have told you it is original from Zatec or from CHI, but you are going to get it to your farm and start to raise them before you realize that it is Ido or whatever does not, breeder farms that don't have any address. If we don't fix that, the poultry industry cannot survive. That's the fact. So we need to build on traceability systems that can help us know if I can verify where the source of these day-old chicks is from. Our cooperative can hold Zatec responsible and be able to say, come. 20 farmers look bad here at the same time. 18 of them are having similar issues. And you're able to bring experts to come and help you validate what is the source of the problem. And if you can establish to say, this is where the problem came from. 20 of our farmers have been affected. I'm using Zatec. I'm not saying they have good products. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that a lot of adulterators have picked up their name and they are marketing using their name in order for them to make their own profits, which needs to stop. Our cooperative systems can actually help us achieve that. Succession planning and business continuity. We need to ensure that poultry businesses outlive their founders by creating sustainable wealth and industry resilience. So I created something that we call the 4 pillars of strategic investment for poultry sustainability. Feed security is number 1. We need to scale up alternative feed solutions. Maize is a major factor in poultry industry. Do we agree? But the reality is that we must find a replacement for maize. It might not be 100%, but the same maize that my children are going to fight for in the morning when they are going to school, when they are taking maybe pap or any cereal that they are taking, is the same maize that the bird on the farm is also fighting for. And we are not producing enough. In as much as I know that cooperatives can come together and produce large expanse of maize and all of that, but that's not our business. We need to be able to focus on what we are doing. So we need to explore alternative feed ingredient solutions that can reduce our costs. The second one is that we need to invest in existing local feed mills. I was happy to hear that Baba is the pioneer of toll milling in this country. Our toll mills should not die. Commercial feed mills are important, but we need to support the toll millers because they are indigenously owned and they can help us manipulate with feed and all these raw materials that we're having issues with. The second pillar is what we call value addition and market expansion. We need to invest in processed poultry products in order to be able to create premium market value. Some farmers are already exploiting this. And when I say exploit, it's not in the negative sense. They are exploiting their knowledge of, if I add value, I can sell more. Some farmers have also decided to say, you know what, I won't go into production. I will only stay at the point of processing and access to market. They need to be a part of our cooperatives. They are not supposed to be alone. And if they set up their own separate cooperatives, it is important for us to shake hands. So when we produce, this cooperative can offtake. And I know a lot of as-grower programs has failed in this country. And if you talk to the as-grower people, they will say that farmers, don't trust them all. You give them everything. You go to their farm. You won't see anything again. But there's a way we can still structure it. If it is within a cooperative, even the farmer will be scared of absconding. Because 3 or 4 other people are also monitoring what he's doing. They are the first people they will say, hey, Joe, at the man local saying your kadagba to law. Ilela now. Is it part of the cooperative? Abi? We are able to, put in that compliance level. Packaging and branding of eggs is something we need to look into, for export and even for domestic consumption. We need to integrate cold storage, especially broiler farmers. You must have cooperatives that can integrate cold storage. If you don't have the capacity yet, go and form an alignment with an existing processor that has invested into cold rooms. Process your birds, keep it with them, and you can sell for a good market price at the point of sale. Branding and export for poultry meat, especially broiler. The third one out of these 4 pillars is what I call digitalization and smart farming. Most poultry farmers, we are absentee farmers. We don't live on our farm, most of us. I'm not saying some don't live on their farms. We put the destiny of our poultry business in the hands of farm attendants. And at times, when you see when they are feeding, they will just carry feed and pour from top like this. And at times, I used to wonder, the lysine metolene that is just, powder, and it's also very small in a ton, will have been wasted. So we need to train our farm attendants and also make sure that, we put some level of digitalization in place to help them with the routine management of what they do on the farm. I don't have, that much time to talk about blockchain, but it's one of the things that will save the industry from all the problems that we are facing. The fourth one is what I call access to cooperative investment and financing. I can never overemphasize this. Investors are willing to fund structured cooperatives. We heard the other time from the chairman of Ibadan Chambers of Commerce that money is available. I can tell you there is money that is available. But you cannot access it if you don't structure yourself together as a group. We need to leverage partnerships with development and finance institutions and impact investors for financial backing. As I close, I want to talk about what we call the roadmap for your state poultry farmers. For us to build a resilient and sustainable poultry sector, poultry farmers must take deliberate steps to restructure their operations, embrace innovation, and foster collective action. We need to form cooperative investment clusters. I'm repeating what I've said. Small-scale farmers, if you have less than 5,000 birds, make sure you are a part of a cooperative. The cooperatives must be digitally profiled to enhance traceability and improve access to financial services and investment opportunities. The second one is feed cost reduction strategies. Within our cooperative, we are going to see people that have the expertise and the experience in feed cost reduction. And we can leverage on that relationship for us to be able to build our own feed cost reduction mechanisms. We need to incorporate cost-effective protein sources such as insect meal. I know it's not presently available at scale, but the cooperative can invest into it and be able to see what we can bring out of it. We need to invest in local feed mills. I've mentioned this, that will help the cooperatives to reduce dependency on imported feed ingredients and cut production costs. The third one is that we need to establish poultry aggregation centers. I've mentioned this. The fourth one, we need to collaborate with government and the private sector. I should say this. Government is not our problem. We need to structure ourselves for us to be able to compete and negotiate with the government. If any politician knows today that there are 37 chapters of PAN in every local government in these states, they will listen to us. Do you hear what I said? It is not our problem. We must be able to make sure that we structure ourselves enough to be able to negotiate for what we want, and that will help us. We need to encourage partnership with the private sector actors and co-invest in cooperative-led infrastructure, processing, and logistics products. Build digital technologies to modernize our farming operations, and we need to consider divesting farm investment into cooperative structures. I will need to explain this. By the time we structure our cooperative, don't let us just be cooperative members. With time, let's start to divest some of our investments into that cooperative structure. Because over time, we have been able to build resilience together. So by the time you are 60 or you are 70, and you are no more interested in practicing active poultry business, your farm facility can be available to the cooperative on lease. And some other farmers that are coming up, they are using the facility, for their own production. And you get to have some things from that. We need to address the core structural barriers. As I mentioned, feed costs, market stability, and access to finance. For us to secure our legacy and build poultry farms that last, we should not just see poultry farming as just a business. It should be seen as a legacy that we want to make sure it outlives us. But it requires some careful planning to ensure they thrive beyond the founders. And as member cooperative farms, we must be able to have unique advantage building businesses that endure. The first thing to do is succession planning. Mentorship is important. I don't have time to go in detail into all of this, but I think this presentation will be made available to our chapter representatives so we can actually get it from them. Mentorship is important. We must be able to pair experienced poultry farmers with younger ones. We need to have what we call a knowledge vault. We should not allow Baba, when Baba clocks 110, or anytime Baba wants to leave us, he should not live with the knowledge that he has built in the last well over 50 years. So we need to create what we call a knowledge vault. Equity incentives, we must be able to offer partial ownership, I have mentioned this, to loyal staff. I'm not saying our children, staff. Even if it is 1% or 2%. And they should be able to, so this will encourage them to drive long-term commitments. The number 2 is governance. I termed it beyond family management. We must build transparent leaderships for us to be able to allow these people to trust us. Professional talent. Let us hire experienced technologists, veterinarians, and pay them well. A lot of people, you will hire OND, HND holders. Those that are supposed to be farm technicians and farm technologists, and you want to pay them 20,000. Abba. These people have been sent to school for 3, 4 years, 6 years, and you want to treat them like a secondary school graduate. Things need to change. So let's hire professionals. We should separate ownership from management. It is important that our children can inherit ownership without managing the daily operations. But we can build a professional management team that has a stake in the business, and they're able to take the business much more further. The third one is financial buffers. I know that the MC is standing. I need 10 minutes more. Thank you. Financial buffers to be able to diversify our revenue. We need to be able to go beyond raw eggs and process our products. Let us keep what we call rainy day fund in our cooperatives, so that when we have issues, we have something that can serve as a shock in days when we have challenges. The third point here is that we must know our numbers. We must be able to track our production costs and collaborate with value chain actors to establish profitable and data-backed enterprise models. I've spoken about technology. Technology is your friend. We can use it to monitor flock health and stay connected. Let's make sure that we embrace this. The fifth one, we need to work together for success. Again, cooperative identity. Belong to a cooperative. And from there, we can also share knowledge within the cooperative. The sixth one is what I call heritage succession. Ownership for the next generation. You can pass down ownership to your children, even if they are not involved into day-to-day operations. There's a reason for me to be repeating what I'm repeating. I just want to make sure that it sinks. They become investors benefiting from the farm's success. You can have a lawyer as a child, but let him know that, okay, we have shares in Agro Mary's cooperative, or we have it in the Yabeji cooperative, or so that my flow will not be, you're part of Agro Mary's. So we have a lot of cooperatives here. So we can build the shares of the cooperative and be able to extend it to our children. Compliance-driven enterprise benefits. We should be able to offer incentives before shares to our staff for them to be able to be a part of what we're saying. So there's a need for us to support the next generation. For those that are experienced in the industry, make sure you can divest a part of your investment into a cooperative that can support the upcoming ones. I should not want to start a poultry farm and be looking for a facility that I'm going to rent for 10 million. When I can lease it for something cheaper and I can grow, within that same structure. The second point here is for us to be able to Sorry. When we divest, oh, thank you. When we divest our investment into the cooperative structure, the second value is that it will increase the investment value in the cooperative. If we are 10 in our cooperative and we all have an investment value of 30 million, that's 100 million, right? If we loan the 100 million house as a loan at 10% interest rate per annum, how much is that? 10 million. So what it means is that over the years, we can have an increment of 13% on our investments, that in the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, our children can actually harvest it and it will be meaningful to them. Even our land, the farmland, can be an investment asset. The third one is that it ensures generational transfer when we divest our investment into the cooperative structure. It also helps us to preserve farm assets. A lot of developers, they bought all the farms and they are using it for real estate now. A time will come when we not have farm land to be able to farm on again, God forbid. The fifth one, from this point, sorry, I think that's the fourth part. So as I close, focusing on these strategies to ensure that poultry farms become sustainable businesses. You build not just a farm, but a legacy. Remember, success is not just about profits. It's about building a business that contributes to your community, respects the environment, and provides a future for your family and the cooperative as a whole. I'm charging us that the future is now, and I want us to, as distinguished poultry farmers, the survival of the poultry industry depends on our collective actions today. We can no longer operate in silos and rely on outdated models that do not secure our businesses beyond our lifetime. When we embrace cooperative synergy, strategic investment, and proven insights from sectors like banking and agriculture as a business, we can then secure our enterprises, build wealth, ensure food security, and elevate Nigeria's poultry industry. As I close, let us build the future of poultry farming together. And I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ayoluwa Okediji. He has turned this into an inaugural lecture. It's inaugural lectures that take 1 hour. But let's put our hands together for him once again. When you have many ideas in your head, that is what it causes. And if we allow him, he will continue and continue. But we have to stop. But I believe we learned many things. Yeah, and these are things that we need to act upon. But because this is a one-day program, and I have collected money from people, me the fekan fa me lasho, imiti ekonama fa lasho, panchiama nama fa lasho, tabako jasibe yen. So I'm going to beg and plead with those who are our plenary speakers that I want to redesignate you this afternoon from plenary speakers to responders. So please, you are going to keep your plenary speech. I'm begging you. I know you crossed 7 rivers and 7 mountains to come here. You just respond to the paper with a few comments, and then we will move from there. Please, I'm begging us. Because I know that exhibitors have paid, product presenters have paid, and we don't want them to get angry after they have given us money and we have spent their money. So please, I'm begging us now, let's just respond to the speech, to the lecture, and then in 3-4 minutes, and then we can go. Before you come, a gbọ́dọ̀ fi ọ̀wọ̀ fún àwọn tí wọ́n ní. We have with us today Pastor Owolabi J. Mages Farms. Welcome, sir. Ẹ ṣé o. Àwọn stakeholders nìyẹn. We have also Mr. Balogun Board Plus. Board Plus, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming. We have representing Mr. Dayo Obasanjo of Obasanjo Farms, Mr. Makanjola Olukunle. Mr. Kunle Makanjola, thank you very much, Obasanjo Farms. Then we also have, since I've said Makanjola, let me quickly call my own Oga, Dr. Shegun Makanjola of Globalwise Limited. Thank you very much for coming. Odona man pe won, even though wọ́n ti nírun funfun. We also of Allet Feeds, Mr. Hussein Sabra. Mr. Hussein, I saw him somewhere at the back. Mr. Hussein, thank you for coming. Yes, he's there. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. That's him there. Allet Feeds. So they will be making a presentation also. So to react to the lecture, let me quickly call Pastor Taiwo Adeoye, MDCEO Roaster Resources, for a very brief reaction. Eban patewo fún Pastor Taiwo Adeoye.
Thank you very much. But please permit me to recognize a legend. When I came in this morning, I know he will still be here. And that is our father. Some of you now call him grandfather of poultry. When I met him this morning, I said, sir, you are a champion because you are a last man standing from his contemporaries. And that is our Baba, Chief Ogunaike. Baba Emma Akpefunwa. I'm here today because I'm inspired by him. I've been in the industry for the past almost 36 years. I joined Pfizer, the first commercial feed miller in Nigeria, livestock feed, 1989. And then animal head, and I was transferred to Ibadan, to Oyo, Old Oyo, and Old Kwara State in 1991, February. And the first person I met that they took me to his farm at Old Ife Road was Baba, the first person I met there. And when I saw him in his office, I'm a professional animal scientist, so I can turn my profession to making money. Because you can be a professional and not the business of the profession. And again, I want to thank you, Daddy, for inspiring some of us. And today, we can only say thank you to God. The organizer too, so that I don't waste time, and the speaker, who happens to be my own brother, Ayo KDG. Actually, in my discussion with him, I once told him that I've not seen second generation poultry farm in Nigeria. Doctor, Pastor Lule, you remember when we met at San Francisco, we have farmers that are 6 generations. 6 generation farmers. But in Nigeria, I have not seen second generation farmers. If you have any, please let us know. And that is one of the things this gathering, this presentation is about to address. I'm a farmer, and to the glory of God, we have some things to point to that have been the benefit of being in farming, poultry farming. While he was seated, he was like discouraging farmers, but I told him he shot himself at the leg, on the leg, when he said, with 100 birds. Did you hear him? With 100 birds you can have, as a matter of fact, with about 250 birds, you can have more than 250,000 a month gross profit. So it's a good thing. But we are talking of sustainability. Within the time of 30-something years, I won't say I derail, I went to banking and I was a manager, a senior manager in banking. For 3 years, I ran back. So I know a bit of banking. Today, there's what is called mutual fund. And what he's preaching to us looks like mutual fund. If you have your 5,000 naira and somebody has 100 million into mutual fund, the pool will give you the same interest. I want us to see the benefit of the cooperative that we're trying to talk about from that angle. You have 5,000 naira. Ordinarily, if you have even and you go to a bank now for interest, they might not be giving you birds. That is 25 bags. But if that today, at the time I was using close to 10 tons a day, they must list it to me. And I can negotiate my price. So as a cooperative, we can come together to negotiate our prices. And one other thing that goes with it is that they will even give me rebate. At the end of a quarter, with what I'm buying, they will give me rebate. And that rebate, if you have cooperative, can be used also to develop ourselves. Today, we don't have value addition to what we are producing. Egg is still egg. During the COVID, the first half of the COVID year, 565 million naira, dollars of country. Egg powder. Until now, we are not able to do that. If we are to start producing egg powder in this country today, we don't have enough eggs. So there will not be anything called glut again. Why have we not been able to do it? Because we are looking at it from individual angle. If cooperative will come together, we can have the machinery to do this. And we will have better money in our hands. And we'll be adding values to our product. I have a lot to say, but let me, because of our time. Nobody will blow our trumpet as I'm rounding up. That person is busy blowing his own trumpet. So let's come together so that we can blow our trumpet, and it will be louder if we blow it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You helped me. You used 7 minutes. So I will beg Mr. Kazim from Nizra Microfinance Bank to try 4 minutes. Please, sir. But tó bá yẹ pé ẹ máa fún wa lówó, ẹ lè lo 1 hour gan. You're welcome, sir.
My fathers, my mothers, permit me to stand on the already established protocol so that I will not waste your time. It's a real privilege and honor to be called upon to do this. I was happy when someone came on board and said there is money for poultry farmers. There is money for agriculture. There is money in Nigeria for doing business. Yes, it's true, there is money. Like the speaker said, he highlighted a lot of things that I was happy, I was impressed. I was highly impressed. Because a lot of things, a lot of reasons why is to lend to not just poultry farmers, but agric is in its entirety. One of our major problems is traceability. Traceability is a major problem that this country has that this country is not talking about. We cannot sell our eggs abroad, not because we don't have a lot of eggs to sell abroad, but we cannot sell our eggs abroad because they are not traceable. They are not traceable. If you give me an egg here, do you have an egg here? Do we have any egg here? If I ask my pastor here, Pastor Goodioms, this egg, where did it come from? He won't be able to tell me where the egg comes from. But I should be able to pick an egg and say, this egg comes from Zatek. This egg comes from Amo. This egg comes from Goodion's farm. Then everybody would start taking us serious. In terms of financing, Nigeria Microfinance Bank has done a lot of financing in the in the agri space, and we are still doing a lot of financing in the agri space. Over the years, we all know our financing. We did over 200 billion on AXMIS lending, 30 million per individual, no collateral, and you pay back in 7 years. And I believe a lot of farmers got it here. So everybody knows what we stood for. And during COVID era, out of the 400 billion released to us by the federal government through Central Bank of Nigeria, we make sure 175 billion went straight to farmers. I think that deserves a round of applause from us. So, but going forward, we are not just saying we'll do agric lending on interventions. We are also doing agric lending on commercial basis. Now, if you go to any bank, banks will tell you their rate is 30%, 35%. Yes, we also do commercial lending. An individual can access up to 500 million with us, provided he has the necessary requirements. Cash flow is important. Bookkeeping is important. General farm practice is important. We want to see all this for us to lend our money so that we'll be sure that our funds are coming back. So I want to assure us, what we've done in the past, we will still do again. Our AXMIS funds of 30 million naira stopped, not just because we wanted it to stop, but because of the cost of items in the market, they have changed. 10 million naira is no longer enough to set up a farm. So we are doing rejigging. Very soon, you will see the new AXMIS product and you will all smile. But I encourage us, please, when we get these funds, let us pay back. The more we pay back, the more the federal government is interested in bringing more. Pastor Gideon said something. He said the federal government through Central Bank can invest in blood investment and blood milling. And my other brother here said, if you have a powdered egg factory in Nigeria, it won't be a problem. But sir, to surprise you, we have a powdered egg factory in Akure. Pastor Gideon is part of the committee set up by Central Bank of Nigeria. The sum of over 2 billion naira was earmarked for that. No, I'm just trying to tell you that the government is actually trying. It's not as if the government is not trying. The government is investing, but at the appropriate time, we'll start seeing it. Lastly, I'm going to the point. Cooperative lending is the way to go. Cooperative lending is the way to go. Cooperative lending is the way to go. I repeat it again because if you as an individual farmer approaches me for a loan of, say, 50 million, yes, I'm interested because I know you are a farmer, you are a genuine farmer, you are not a portfolio farmer. As long as you are a genuine farmer, what is important to me are two: your character and cash flow. Your character and cash flow. That is the two most important things to me as a banker. If I know you have a good character and you have the cash flow, wow, I will be the one begging you to do business with you. Aside from that after, if this is on, then I can now talk of collateral. You see, the word collateral that came in, my collateral now will be in terms of three things. Either movable assets. Movable assets, we are talking of vehicles, we are talking of your equipment and all that. We could also look at all asset debenture. For all asset debenture mean everything you have. We could also look at legal mortgage. That's property that has a CFO. So please, in order for you to be able to access funds from banks without having these things, you need a cooperative. With a cooperative, you'll be talking about cross guarantees. And with cross guarantees, it is easy for us to recover back our money. But that's meant for smallholder farmer. Like somebody said, he said, the presenter said 5,000 birds is a smallholder. No, 5,000 birds is not a smallholder farmer, please. Please, Pastor Goodyear, what's the cost of producing 5,000 birds? How many bags of feed? What is the cost of production? It's talking about 22 million for 5,000 birds. But I can assure you, that 22 million naira is talking about local sourcing of feed. Because if we do the projection downside, it will be more than that, sir. You are just doing an estimate. So it's no longer 5,000 is no longer smallholder farmer. So we need to improve, and for us to release this money, the money is available. A farmer here, seated here, got over 100 million from me just recently. A farmer here is here now. Got over 100 million. I was able to release the money because I know my money will come back. So I'm interested in seeing genuine farmers. I'm interested in seeing farmers that want to do business. Because my main motive is not making money for NISAL. My main motive is financial inclusion. My main motive is growing the economy. My main motive is the GDP of this country. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much. I could give you 1 hour to say that. Because me too, I want 100 million. But I don't have what it takes. So if you have what it takes, go and collect the 100 million. It is available. We will call on the MD of Emaflo Farms. He is a member, he is a farmer, he is a cooperator, and he is a summarizer. He will help us to summarize. Okay, we have some new people who joined us. The GM of New Hope, Mr. Wang Bi. You know, Chinese names are very easy to pronounce. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you. He's also with another, okay, from New Hope too. Thank you very much for joining us. They gave us money. Let's clap for them.
Join Poultry, secure a future. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Leye Odechola. I'm from Emaflo Farms Limited. By the grace of God, the theme of our discussion for this year is what God had given me the privilege to have access to many years ago. I'm privileged to meet a father in this house about 17 years ago. And he called me. He said, come, I want you to belong to a cooperative society. I told him, I'm not interested. He said, you are not interested? I said, yes. Because I was afraid of how people used to go away with other people's money. So he called me, he talked to me, and later he introduced me to a particular society, a cooperative society. When I got there, I thought, na joke. On that day of interview, we were like 25 for interview. So I said, does it mean cooperative is as important as this? And since that time, I've keyed into cooperative. And by the grace of God, I'm a good cooperator. So talking about cooperative is something I have experience of. And by the grace of God, the person I'm referring to is Dr. Alayende, Baba Alayende. I want you to stand up for people to recognize you. He's the one that introduced cooperative to me about 17 years ago. And I want to tell you, especially the young ones, the old ones are getting to, but the young ones, if you don't have people to fund you, you don't have uncles, you don't meet money on ground, you better become part of what we are discussing. Be a cooperator. Be a cooperator. gather yourself with people that have the same mind so that you can achieve the same goal without stress. If you get to your bank today and you want to get 5 million naira loan, I'm telling you, you will be stressed. At a time, you'll be fed up. If you are a good cooperator, you can raise, if you have had what it takes, you can raise 100 million naira within 24 hours. Because you have labored for it, you are part of them, and giving you the fund is not difficult for them. People that may be saying maybe they have another belief, thinking interest rate is not what they believe, there are ways to that. There is a cooperative society here in Ibadan. As a direct the same mind, they gather and they don't want to hurt another person's belief. All they do is to charge administrative percentage out of whatever money they give to you. And they are doing very well. So they are doing well without having a condemnation based on some people's belief. So if you have not gotten yourself to the level of being a cooperator, I'm appealing to you, especially the young ones, get yourself in this wagon and you will not regret it. God will help us all. Thank you.
That's a very good way to end our panel sessions. Join a cooperative. And now the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Oyo State branch, has several cooperative platforms. So when we get into this program, we all must go and join cooperatives at this program. Now, let's quickly invite our sponsors to make their presentations. New Hope Limited. Let IFF get ready. New Hope Limited. To be sure that we are still here. Okay. And she said, "Yanu lowo." Ẹ jẹ́ ká try láti pàtẹ́wọ́ fún New Hope. Now I know you are still here.
Thank you so much. So, starting on the existing protocol, I say a big thank you for this privilege and opportunity to be among you and also make this presentation on behalf of New Hope. All right, great farmers. No farmer. All right, yes, we've been talking about loan, joining cooperatives, joining them, getting loan to finance our business. But then, before you collect the loan, at least you must have done your own feasibility studies. You must carry out your own plan and the target. So, how many birds do you want to go into? Of course, you must have that on your table. And which part of the poultry do you want to invest on? Is it the broiler? Is it the layers? So these informations are very, very key. And knowing fully well that 75% of your daily expenses will be gone to feed. Am I correct? Because whether you've eaten or not, the birds must eat. Whether you are progressing with the business, you are having challenges, the birds are dying, whatever the insurance you have in your business, feed has to come first. So that is why we've actually packaged our product plan and our nutritional package so that we can enlighten farmers. It's not just about getting loan. You need to use it for the purpose of which it's meant for. All right, great farmers. All right, so briefly, Feed is a foreign company. It's an international company. The headquarters is situated in China, and we have lots of outlets within Nigeria and abroad. So they are the number one animal feed producer all over the world, and you can check it online. New Hope Group is very known, is very famous for that. And we are here actually to help farmers, because following the trend of what is going on, if you look at it very well and you are into this business, you will see that a lot of competitors, feed millers, they have actually improved on their feed quality and performance. So these are the things that we want. We are not there yet. I believe in future we'll be there. All right. So here is about the company. We are into production of animal feed, especially poultry for now. Anytime soon, we will roll out our fish feed. But for poultry, majorly we know that we have layer farmers and we have broiler farmers. 75% of them are either layer or you are doing broiler. Very 30% are into breeders. All right? So now for broiler, you need to know the quantity of feed required by raising your birds. Somebody was asking, if you have 5,000 layer birds, how many bags will they consume? They consume over 25 bags. All right? No, at what stage? This depends. Depends on the kind of feed that you are using. That will determine whether they will consume 25 bags or not. Some might consume less, and some might even consume more. Depends on the quality. Now, I will start with the broiler. For broiler, we have 3 categories. And for these 3 categories, we have the professional line, we have the T-series, and we have the classic. For the professional line, before, it takes us over 8 weeks before we achieve 2 kg. But now, in less than 35 days, most farms are actually achieving their 2 kg with broiler. How now is to simplify it. Like, if you are raising 1,000 birds, how many quantity of feed do you need to use to raise 1,000 birds? Not just go to the distributor, give me 5 bags, give me 20 bags. Yes, they are not growing. You need to do your own mathematics. So that is why we've actually brought this presentation. So for the professional line, we have a nutritional plan. And the plan with target 132. This 132 is not just a code. It contains vital information for us to be able to use it whenever we want to make budget in raising our birds. Next slide, please. All right. Now, this professional line, our target is that we want to raise these birds for 2 kg at 30 days, maximum 32. What does it connote? For the first 2 weeks, from day 0 to day 14, the bird is going to require 500 grams. So one bird is going to require 500 grams. And once it requires that gram, you can calculate, you can know your estimation. Okay, I want to raise 5,000 birds. I want to raise 100 birds. How many bags of broiler super starter do I need? Or how many bags of starter do I need to raise them? So what you do is this. Since we said one bird is going to consume 500 grams, and we know that in a carton, you have just 50 birds in a carton. So you multiply that 500 grams, you multiply it by what? By 50. So if you do that, 500 grams per bird times 50, how many will that give us? 25,000, right? Now, for the 25,000, now the feed are not being packaged in 25,000 grams. What you need to do, divide it by what? By 1,000 grams. That will give you 25 kg. So if you are raising one bird for 2 weeks, they will consume 1 bag for 50 birds. Now, if you are collecting 100 birds, meaning for your 510, they will need how many bags? 2 bags. Great farmers. So by doing that, you know that, okay, yes, so I want to collect loan from the bank. 10 million, 5 million. I want to raise 3,000 birds. For the first 2 weeks, how many bags do they need to eat? So 3,000 divided by 50, multiplied by 1. That will determine the quantity of feed you will need to use. All right? So then you move to the second phase. The second phase is what? Is the starter. Then you need 511. This starter phase, one bird is going to consume 1,500 grams in another 2 weeks. Now from day 15 to day 28, one bird is going to consume 500 grams. So you multiply that 500 grams by the quantity of birds that you have or that you want to collect. If you multiply that by 50 birds being in a carton, that will give you 75,000 grams. You divide the 75,000 grams, you divide by 1,000. That will give you 3 bags. Are we getting it? All right. Now, the finisher phase now. At the starter phase, one bird consumes 1,500 grams. Now, at the finisher phase, one bird is going to consume 1,000 grams. So you just multiply the number of birds that you have left. If you have 5,000 birds, 10,000 birds, multiply it by what? By 1,000 grams. That is what one bird is going to consume in 1 week. So when you do that now, that will give you 2 bags. So we've actually simplified it for farmers that you can do for your 1:3:2 ratio. You can use that to calculate the estimated quantity of feed you need to get. So you will not be running helter-skelter. Yes, so they've increased price, they've reduced price. You've actually made your budget for the day. All right, great farmers. So this is for the professional line. Now we have for the T series. The T series is the what? Is another good feed. But the difference between this one and the yellow one is just the days. The other one I said in less than 32 days, you achieve your 2 kg. This one, in less than 35 days, you achieve your 2 kg. And the difference comes at the finisher phase. Next slide, please. All right. Now, the difference comes at the finisher phase. Here, one bed will consume 500 grams, the same thing, like we mentioned for the 510. Here, 1,500 grams, the same plants too, as we mentioned for the 510. But the finisher phase, please, back to the slide. Yeah. All right. Now, look at it. At 512T, one bed is going to consume 1,500 grams. So, if you have the quantity of a beds that you need to collect, just multiply by the number of bags you will need. All right? So, that will give you 133. That is 500 grams for one bed, 1,500 grams for another one. That's the second phase. Now, the third phase now will be 1,500 grams. That will give you 3-phase feeding. All right, next slide. So, we've actually simplified it to here. The other one consumes 6 bags for 30 days. This one is going to consume 7 bags for 50 beds. So, if you have 100 beds, 14 bags, 150 beds, just keep multiplying by a ratio of 7. It will keep increasing. So, this is it, and the expected weight. So, we are not just selling feed. We are giving you what? A guideline. All right? Next slide, please. All right, now this is our classic line. This one, we call it Populowe. You know, it's cheaper than other ones. But here, the last phase, you see the difference, is where we have the difference. All right? So, at the last phase, instead of consume 1,500 grams, it's going to consume 2,500 grams. Great farmers? No farmer? All right, thank you. So, now, one bag for 50 beds is going to get how many bags altogether? 1, 3, 5. Altogether, it's going to consume 9 bags. And these are what? For backyard farmers. If you know you want to raise your bed for 42 days, you are not in a hurry, we will advise you use Classic. And this Classic will give you exceptional results. You achieve your 2 kg in less than 42 days. All right. Next slide, please. So that is that for broiler. And majorly, you know, for broiler, we don't have much issues. Just do your regular vaccination, get your anti-cocci or your CRD medication, and do your management. Once you have your better management, you have a great performance. All right. Now, the same way we've helped broiler farmers, we are also here to help layer farmers. Because it's not just for broiler farmers that we are here. We are also into layer production feed. All right. Before, farmers usually start their pullets with broiler feed. But no, it's a wrong idea. It's an old fashion. Now, the latest fashion you have now is that for your pullets, you can actually use pullet nutritional line to raise them. From day 0 to 3 weeks, they will consume 320 grams. For what? For the chick, super chick, crumble. Now, starting from this now, the advantage is this. You've achieved your uniform weight, uniform feed quality, and the feed you have high digestibility and good weight gain. All right? So, that is what you need. We've done that too. For you to know the number of feed, quantity of feed you need to use at that stage, that is why we are here. So, 350 grams in 3 weeks, that's what one bed will consume to achieve 200 grams. And you'll be able to use 17.5 kg. It's even less than 25 kg in raising your beds. All right, next slide. Yes, and the feed is what? Is in chick, crumble. This feed will give you the best immunity to your birds, following the regular vaccination and immunization in your region. And we don't just do that. We go to farms. We take data. We take information to know the number of weight is expected. So the reason why we must use our 322 and 32 is because to achieve good weight gain, good uniformity, and check the tibial length, taller bed perform better than the shorter beds. So when you know all these things, you'll be able to use those parameters to checkmate the performance. All right, So I'll soon run up, sir. All right, next slide. So because of time, I also advise farmers, you just put your best on grower. They need pre-layer. Pre-layer will balance between calcium and phosphorus. So by the time you do that, you reduce, so the issue you suffer from prolapse is going to be reduced. Then you have what? Some people will take bets 20 weeks before they start seeing eggs in another maybe 24 weeks. These are not done. Even when you take point of lay, check the body weight. All right. So these are the series of our layer line. We have the 324, which is the professional layer. We have 324H, is our commercial layer. 324T is our commercial pellets. And 324M. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So these are just our product line that we are here to detail with you. All right, so our feed at peak and our what is one of the best in the market. We'll give you quality assurance and good relationship. All right, sir. So these are the figures gotten from different farms as what? As our different farm evidence. All right, next slide. So these are one of it too. Next slide. So thank you. Great farmers. Great farmers. Thank you for your time so much.
Thank you very much. That is New Hope Farm. The summary of it is buy New Hope feeds, right? Let's put our hands together for them once again. So IFF, thank you. IFF is here. Please, you can actually move forward so that you can hear better. We can move forward, please. Thank you.
Great farmers. Great farmers. Yes, my name is Oladino Oluton, and I'm a technical sales manager, IFF, and I manage West and Central Africa markets. This slide, please, on the screen. Okay, today, because of time constraints, we want to get into this straight away. And the topic for today is rethinking productivity for sustainable success in animal nutrition and health. There are three key words there: rethinking, productivity, and sustainability. These are the three key words I want us to hold dear to our hearts here. Next slide, please. Next. Now, look at this chart, please. Hello? Let's look at this chart. We are looking at feed costs, percentage of feed costs out of the overall production cost in poultry across different countries. If you look at this, we only have three African countries represented in this chart. The last three is South Africa, Tanzania, and Ghana. And you look at it, you see the yellow part of the bar chart is telling us about the percentage of feed costs. And you see why we can't compete with guys from Europe, the guys from the US. Look at the percentage of their own feed costs, ranging between 40-something, 45% to 55%. And we are doing how many percentage here? 70, 75. Next slide, please. Now, this is now more detailed across 5 different continents, okay? We have about 5 African countries here. Look at where Nigeria is. Nigeria is last. So we're only better than Ethiopia. So you see countries like Egypt, Ghana, South Africa, they are even better than us. And if you go further down, you see the Netherlands. They are doing about 46, 47% as feed cost percentage, which is very, very impressive. You see why we can't compete with these guys. But we want to be able to move ours from 70, 75%. Even if it's 10% reduction we can do, then we gradually get closer to this competition, right? Next slide, please. Now, we want to look at the challenges. We want to convert these challenges into opportunities. The challenges with our raw materials, as you find elsewhere around the world, there are challenges with our raw materials. And these challenges, we call them group as anti-nutritional what? Factors. And these anti-nutritional factors, they are in 2 types: the fiber part and the phytate part. Now, next slide, please. Now, if you look at the major primary ingredients that we use as they relate to Nigeria, we have the corn there, we have sorghum, and then we have a soybean meal. If you look at this, we are talking about the fiber component now of the nutritional factors. Now, if you look at the soybean meal, as beautiful as the soybean meal is, look at the fiber component as compared to sorghum and corn. You can see it's 22%. While corn is 10% and the sorghum is 11%. You see that soybean meal is even more complex than corn, than sorghum. Next slide, please. Now, we want to look at the secondary products, ingredients that we use, the wheat bran, the PKC, the rice bran, and the likes. If you look at this slide critically, you look at the PKC having the highest, that's the tallest there, in terms of fiber component, followed by wheat bran. Wheat bran is even more complex than rice bran when it comes to fiber. I mean fiber now. Many of us run away from rice bran, but you can look at your wheat bran, your dear wheat bran. It's a bit more complex than the rice bran. Next slide, please. Now, what does fiber do what is the impact of fiber? How does it impact the performance of the birds? What it does is it increases viscosity of the diet, of the digester. When the birds have taken the feed, right? Of course, they drink water, and in the GIT there, that is in the digestive system, okay, you see viscosity build up. And when viscosity builds up, the birds fight tooth and nail to be able to break down this, to be able to take the nutrients. And this is what? Energy dependent. This energy is needed for performance. So the birds primarily should focus on delivering on performance. But now these birds are struggling to digest this diet because of high viscosity due to fiber component. Okay, that is the challenges. I mean, those are the challenges. And we want to convert these challenges to opportunity. We see the opportunity in the data science part of the slide. Next, please. Now I mentioned earlier that the NIF is in two parts, fiber component and the phytate component. We just dealt with the fiber component. Now we want to deal with the phytate component of it. Phytate, or phytic acid, is a critical ANF in all raw material, in all plant raw materials. And what does it do? It is bound to phosphorus in the natural state. So phosphorus is not released, it's encapsulated. It's binded to phytate, and that we call it phytic acid. And we need phosphorus to be released. And why do we need phosphorus? For a lot of stuff, okay? And in some cases, you see your birds not even eating as much as they should do, and that might even be due to phosphorus deficiency, okay? Now in this case, we want to look at why we put bone meal in our diet. It's not because there is no calcium in the limestone, but because of phosphorus. That's why we use bone meal, critically, okay? Bone meal or DCP or MCP, whatever, okay? It's because of phosphorus that we use them. Now, when phosphorus is already bound to phytate in the natural state, the birds does not have the innate capacity, right, to break down phytate to release phosphorus, okay, to the animal. Then we begin to use bone meal, DCP. In fact, I've seen diets where we use bone meal at 1.5%, 2%, 3%, 4%. That is way, way too much, okay? So we don't need as much as that. We'll see how we get to that. Next slide, please. Now, look at this broiler starter diet. Now, we have seen those challenges, right? We want to see how we convert these challenges to opportunities. And look at the opportunities here. This is a typical broiler diet formulated for farmers around Nigeria, okay? Now, if you look at these diets were formulated about 2 months thereabout ago, when price of corn was about 700 and soya was about 1,000 naira per kg. So I believe now with the decreasing trend of, in prices of raw materials, that should be lower, okay? Then, there are things, critical things I want us to look at, the opportunities in this diet, okay? If you look at, the one with yellow is a diet without the enzyme. The one in green is a diet with the enzyme. And if you look at the cost savings here, we're talking about 30,000 naira per ton, cost savings, okay? How do we get there? If you look at the complex diet, the wheat bran, it's a pre-starter diet, or super starter, or starter. You know? But what will make you to understand which one is this, which one is that, is on the nutrient profile. Now, if you come there, you see the wheat bran without the enzyme is used at 2%. And with the enzyme, it is used at what? 4%. And if you look at the bone meal here, 1.78% without the enzymes, and with the enzyme, you can see 0.56%. Why are we able to drop that drastically? We were able to do that because of the job of the enzyme. Okay? I'd say enzymes, not all enzymes are enzymes. You know, they don't perform at the same level, okay? Just like we have cars with different performances, BMW, Benz, Toyota, and the likes. They perform different, even though they are all automobiles, right? The same thing happens in the enzyme world, okay? And what are we talking about this enzyme? We are looking at enzyme that is fast to start degrading, hydrolyzing, and breaking down phytate right from the crop of the birds. Because if you don't do that at that time, and the feed gets into the stomach, where the acidic medium is very, very low, about 2 to 2.3 or 2.4 or 3, that is the medium where the phytic acid has strong affinity to bind everything you can think of, all of the nutrients. The amino acid, the energy, the calcium, and the likes. Okay? So we want to, as quickly as possible, start weakening the power of phytic acid, or the phytate, right from the crop. And we need an enzyme that is very, very fast to do that. And that is why we are able to drop that bone meal from 1.76% to 0.56%. And if you look at the rice bran was used in the diet without the enzyme at 0.5%. That is 5 kg, because it's a super starter diet. We don't want it to be too complex, right? Then with the enzymes, we're able to increase to 2 kg. Okay? So you see, these are ways we're able to reduce this cost. These are those challenges we talked in the past, the fiber and the phytate. This is how we have converted into opportunity. Next slide, please. Then, this is a layer diet. If you see, it's even more here in terms of cost savings. If you compare both the yellow and the green, you see region about 50,000 naira per ton. That's a lot. For a farm of 10,000 capacity and above, you are able to save minimum 50K in a month. In a day. That's about 1.5 million naira in a month. And I can tell you with this diet, you don't need to do even 120, 125 grams per bird of feeding per day. You can do 110, 115 grams at maximum. So if you're already doing 120 grams and now doing 115 grams, on top, in addition to these cost savings, you are still able to gain 5 grams on per bed per day. Okay? And over time, that's a lot of money. Next slide, please. Before the next slide. If you look at it, come back to the other slide. Now, no. Down, up arrow. No. The arrow going up. Keep going. Up again. Yeah, good. If you look at the nutrient profile of this diet, now we don't talk about crude protein anymore. We are talking about smart formulation, precision formulation. We are looking at digestibility. That's how we want to do diet these days. Okay? Because crude protein is crude, it's not useful. It has to be broken down to amino acids, right? So now we want to start from the beginning to start even looking at how do we formulate to achieve digestibility of nutrients, not in the crude form. Okay? So if you look at that, you see the digestible amino acid compared together. Look at the energy, 2,700 kilocalorie. So you see, these two nutrients are the same level of nutrients. These two diets. But one is more digestible than the other one. That's the one with the enzyme. So we're talking about we're saving costs, we're improving digestibility. Next slide here. Now, I said, for nutritional sustainability, rethinking productivity for nutritional success and health, right? We have talked about nutrition. Let's talk about health. Next slide. We are talking about Enviva Pro. Enviva Pro is our brand of probiotics. And look at it. It's so unique that it's got 3 strains of lactobacillus there. Okay? And so very unique, again, that it has 2-year shelf life. And it can withstand a temperature of 95 degrees Celsius. That's humongous, right? So that means even in pelleting conditions, it's excellent. And recovery is almost 100%, I tell you. Next slide, please. Now we're talking about the chief guys in Nigeria, the chief pathogens, Salmonella, E. coli, and the likes, right? If you look at the degree of inhibition of Salmonella, we're talking about 3 different strains. You see the green, the yellow, and the orange. These are the 3 strains of our Enviva Pro probiotic that are able to counter or inhibit the proliferation of different strains and species of Salmonella. Look at that level. It's almost at, if average every time is about 75% inhibition of Salmonella. Next slide, please. I need to rush because I have limited time. Now, if you look at E. coli average, base 75% inhibition. Okay? Next slide, please. Then we go to Clostridium perfringens, which we call necrotic enteritis, right? And this is a very critical issue in broiler production, okay? And if you look at this, almost 100%. You can see how efficacious Enviva Pro is our probiotic. Next slide, please. Now, these are the 3 mechanisms. Next, please again. These are the 6 mechanisms that our Enviva Pro probiotics is able to do the job. Establish positive microbiota, meaning that the positive, the beneficial microbe far more than the negative or non-beneficial microbes. Then it's able to reduce colonization in the intestine, and it's able to also what? To prevent inhibition by increasing the growth of the positive microbia. It supports the immune development of the birds. And please, let's note this, that 70% of our immune defense system is located in the GIT, animals generally, including humans. Okay, that's why if you have trouble with your GIT, you have trouble with almost 70% of your body. Okay, so if we are able to take care of 70% with probiotics, then be sure that your birds will do well. Next slide, please. Now look at this stage. We are looking at the first 21 days of life of the Orgideo chicks. This period is a period where the birds beginning to get the GIT matured. It takes 3 weeks in the minimum for the GIT to be fully developed. And during this period, the birds are incredibly vulnerable to a lot of pathogens. Okay, so those birds need to be supported, okay, so that they can establish their intestinal microflora, by day 21. So that then we'll be able to lower mortality and be able to improve livability. So that phase is very critical. So we advise, with our Enviva Pro probiotics, you start from day 1 to put that in the feed for the birds. Okay? Next slide, please. Take-home message. Next. Now, look at the take-home message. This is on 1,000 broilers. These are trials that we have done in the past in Nigeria. On FCR points alone, we have 10 points movement on FCR. On 1,000 birds with improved FCR, you are able to save 165,000 naira on 1,000 broiler birds. Then on livability, because your livability has improved, the cost of improvement of livability is 110,000. And even condemnation, meaning that at slaughter, at kaka, at dress weight or dressing percentage, you're able to save another 45,000. You put this total together, we're talking about 300,000 naira for using probiotics that is going to cost you just less than 15,000 naira per ton of feed. Okay? That is what you get there. Next slide, please. Now, we're looking at this. With this, I've said earlier. Next slide. Here, the feed calculator. Now, the feed calculator app is what we cannot discuss now for the want of time. As an organization, we developed a feed calculator. We sponsor this app, right? To be able to, to share with farmers. And with your Android phone, you can download this, of course, with internet. But after that, you can use it off net. You don't need internet to use that. So what is the idea? The idea is to keep equipping the farmers with digital tools. We are talking about smart farming, smart production, right? And that's why we said we want to rethink productivity for success in nutrition and health. That's what you have there. Next slide. Do you have time for Q&A, moderator? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is IFF. Well, I didn't fail to miss the money part. He said if you spend 15,000, you will save over 300,000 naira. I had that one. So, and that's good. Spend 15,000, save 300,000 naira. That's quite some good news. IFF, enzymes, vitamins. Do we have alert feeds ready? Alert feeds, are we set? Alert feed meal. Alert feed meal. Okay, while we are waiting for them, we have are they here? Okay. So we have the delegation from the Federal Road Safety Commission here, and it will be good to hear. We move our balls, we move our chicks, we move so many things, and we learned that road safety is a friend. You know, they say police is your friend. So let's hear how road safety is also our friend. So that we will start running on the road from them. Let's put our hands together for Federal Road Safety Commission. Thank you very much. So bí wọ́n ṣe ní máa jáwèé fún wa mọ́ náà fẹ́ sọ fún wa yẹn o.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sirs. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Deputy Route Commander Demilade Adeshino. I'm the PE officer of Hegbeda Units Command here. And I won't take so much of our time. The topic before us here is road safety tips for farmers in Nigeria. And I'll start with this introduction. Farmers in Nigeria frequently travel on roads to transport goods, visit markets, and move farm produce. So to prevent accidents and ensure safe journeys, we have some road safety tips to be considered. And because some people will be like, what is the essence of road safety here? Actually, there is no business we can do in Nigeria that road safety presence is not needed. If you are not there for your production, we'll be there for the last phase, which is selling of your products. So the first point here, I'll be discussing about vehicle maintenance and readiness. How ready is our vehicles? We all know that there is no way we can do more in farming by selling in our farms. If you are waiting for people to come and pick your goods, so many perishables will go down. So the first thing we'll do here is we'll check our vehicles. Are they fine? Are they roadworthy? We all know of roadworthiness. We get that for our vehicles and all. So the first thing to check here is we have to check our brakes. You check our engine oil, our water level, our tires, lights before starting our journey. And I would like to emphasize more on our tires because we've encountered so many people that will come on the road and say, I just bought my tire yesterday. Why are you saying my tire is expired? So today I'm going to shed light on how to check our tires. Buying your tire yesterday from a Tokumbo vendor does not mean you just bought a new tire. You might be using your hard-earned money to buy an expired tire. The lifespan of a tire is just 4 years. And it's written on that tire. You will see DOT there. And after that DOT, you might be finding like 52, then 25. We only have 4 numbers written there. The 52 is the 52nd week of the year, which is either 2020, 2021, 2022. So by calculating that, if you have 01, that means your tire was manufactured the first week of that year. So buying a Tokumbo tire that has 5220 and you bought it yesterday, if you are being searched on the road, we'll book you for expired tires, even if you show us your receipts. Because you are actually buying an expired tire. And I believe if we all have this knowledge, we will know how to check before making a purchase. And we know how they do this tire, but they've not been able to handle the aspect of changing the date on those tires. Then secondly, we have to regularly service our vehicle, motorcycle, to prevent sudden breakdowns. We should ensure our horn, as in we are in Nigeria, we are not in developed countries, our horn must be working, ping for people that could not hear. Your side mirrors, your wipers. And another fact is, I want drivers to believe that when you are on the road, you should see yourself as the only sane person on the road. Assume every other person driving are insane. So you that you are sane, you always be conscious of the insane ones and take precautions. Then I'll go to my second point here, which is talking about safe loading of your and cargo transports. Our farm produce, we have to distribute the weights evenly in the vehicle. It shouldn't be on one side that would tilt the vehicle to one side. Then we should use proper ropes, nets, trampolines to secure goods and prevent spillage. The third point is do not carry passenger in open cargo trucks or on a tractor trailers. Putting people on top of load, like you went to harvest your cassava and you have those people that loaded it on top of those goods. You are not following the normal road safety precautions. Then the third point here is defensive driving and road awareness. Be extra careful on narrow, rural, and unpaved roads, as we have in Nigeria. Always watch out for potholes, sharp bends, and broken bridges. Use your horn when approaching a bend or overtaking. I think I don't need to really emphasize on that. We all know that when you are approaching a sharp corner that you might not be seeing the vehicle coming, you should use your horn and maintain a reasonable speed while getting there. The fourth point here is avoid unnecessary risk, overcrowding. Putting so many people in your vehicle, people mixing your goods with people, overcrowding it is not ethical. Do not allow too many passengers on motorcycles. Only one passenger is legal, though we find out that we have three. That's the driver with two other persons. Then avoid sitting on top of a loaded truck. It is extremely dangerous. If traveling in groups, move in a single file to avoid blocking the road. Then the fifth point is visibility and night safety. Please, if possible, let's avoid night traveling. If possible. We know there are some occasions that we need to travel at night. But if it's avoidable, we should please avoid it. And that is where we have so many records of road traffic crashes. When people travel at night, they are not familiar with the road they are applying, they jump into a pothole, bam, crash occurs. Then farmers driving at night should use proper lighting and avoid high beams on oncoming vehicles. The high beam here is talking about our vehicle using extra light apart from the manufacturer's light. They put it there, they call it fog light, if I'm not mistaken. And by the time some other people are coming in front, you are already blocking the view. Those people cannot even see. So you think you are safeguarding yourself, that you are seeing the road, but directly or indirectly, you are actually causing crash for yourself. Because somebody coming ahead of you that is not seeing you can hit on you. Then farmers drive, okay, I've said that. Do not park a broken down vehicle on the road without using warning signs or reflective materials. I think this is self-explanatory. Your see caution and all that should be there when the vehicle is broken down. Then the sixth point, proper use of motorcycles and tricycles. Always wear a helmet when riding a motorcycle. Ensure passengers also wear helmets and sit properly. This is written in the book, but I know in Nigeria it's not happening. Once we have the Okada man use helmets, I think the person next feels him or her is safe. But the essence of helmets cannot be overemphasized. We all know that the motorcycle we use does not have anybody. It is our legs, our hands, our head. That is the body. But when we protect our heads, even when there is a minor crash, it's always redeemable. But when you hit your head on the road, even if that person is alive, he will be alive in another way. Then we'll talk about respecting our road signs and traffic laws. And this is the major reason why we are here. Are we licensed to drive? Are we just driving, especially we ladies? We always drive because our husband teaches us how to drive. My husband knows how to drive, so he taught me how to drive, then I can drive. I'm a lady as well. So I understand that we ladies always do that. And when there is a crash or anything, you call on your husband. Hello, dear, your vehicle, please. That is why we want ladies to even go to driving school more, so that you understand what it takes to actually drive on the road. At times, I've met with women, their husband is teaching them how to drive. The husband has a license, but the wife does not even have a learner's permit. That shows you've not been to driving school. Please, your license is important. And you don't know the value of the importance now until something happens. You will know the difference between being licensed to drive when there is an accident and not being licensed to drive. Not being licensed to drive and there is an accident on the road, probably you hit someone, that person dies or something, then they'll be charging you with a murder case. So it is when there is, we always move ahead, we get away with things. But when the chips are down, then you will know Nigeria has law. We are not just wearing uniform. So, and always use indicators before turning or changing lanes. Normal thing that we should know. But when you don't go to driving school, you might not know. The number 8 point here is handling of your farm equipment on the road your tractors on the road, how do you handle them on the road? If you are moving your livestock, have someone guide them to prevent accidents. When using tractors or slow-moving equipment, attach a reflective warning signs. That could be a red. We use red clothes most times. Just tie it there. Let someone know that there is danger ahead. And do not park your farm vehicles on highways or block roadways. Number 9, staying alert and avoiding distractions. Normal thing we know. Don't pick your calls when you are driving. Put your phone far away from where you are when you are driving so you don't get distracted to cause crash. Then, how prepared are you? Finally, how prepared are you for emergency? Always have a first aid kit in your vehicle. If you check all the vehicles here now, hardly we will see 2 out of 10 that has first aid in their vehicles. Keep emergency numbers of road safety authorities, police, or your local hospitals around you. If involved in an accident, help others if safe to do so. I put this that if safe to do so, you help others if it is safe for you to do so. You have to keep your own safety first. You don't have to help someone and you becoming a victim as well. So help others only when it is safe to do so. And if you find it not safe, you can call for assistance. So by following all these road safety tips, Nigerian farmers can reduce accidents, save lives, and protect their hand-end produce. Let's all commit to safer roads. Thank you. Is there any question?
Thank you very much. Let's allow 2 questions for her, because we don't see road safety every day. You have a question, ma. So I'll give you. Who is question? Please come forward. We'll take the 2 together. So that
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is not a question because it is what we see every day. I just want to tell the marshal to do orientation for people, because the things she has said today are not what they are practicing. We all know now. Even the Micra driver carries 6 people. Where is road safety? They don't have any belt. The buses that go from here to Ilesha, Ilefe, they carry 2 people in front now. When do they use, and when they see me driving, if I put my child, they will say, Mama, go and park and give me a ticket. Please, madam, I don't want to. And the concerning tire. How much is a tire? But if you do orientation, this thing that you can make a budget for orientation, teach people these things that you are telling us. Then we will know you are serious. We see your people, you may not be on the road. We see your people now and they do this and they do this and they do this. Do orientation, ma, so that you are not embarrassed when you come to talk to people like this. God bless you.
Great Father, you talk of first aid. What are those materials that are supposed to be in the first aid? Because one time I learned that blade is supposed to be one of the first thing, or either blade or small knife or scissors. But at the same time, there was a scenario where a policeman says somebody is holding an injury. What type of so that's what I'm.
Okay. Road safety says keep blade or small knife. Policeman says you are a criminal. Why are you keeping blade and sharp objects in your car? I have question. Why are you always doing collabo with policemen carrying gun on the road? You see policemen, the policemen will carry guns, slow you down. 2 meters, road safety will slow you down again. Why are you always doing collabo with police carrying gun?
Thank you. Let me start from, Mommy, I'm coming, because yours will need some elaborations. I'm starting from the second question. She made mention of knives and blade. When I was reading this and when I was addressing you, I said, first aid kits. If it is in a kit named first aid, no one, you have the right. We are not zombies. We are human beings. with our rights. We have rights. If it's in a box, a first aid box, name first aid box. Abba, you can fight it. Nobody, but if it's seen like you are holding a knife, just a knife, it could mean anything. Just a blade, it could mean anything. But when it is named a first aid box, you have your knife, you have the blade, you have cotton wool, you have spirit, you have iodine, you have your plaster. Nobody will apprehend you for that. And if that happens, they are being sent on the road. I'm being sent here. I have a superior in the office that sent me to come. So you can report such cases. But when it is not properly done, it could be misinterpreted. And secondly, I think I've done justice to that. Then secondly, I'm attending to yours. Fine. Thank God you are asking these questions. We are all fathers. We are all mothers. We are a corps without a cane. Don't let me put it a gun. If you come to our office and you need record of our men and officers that has been knocked down, dead, because they are performing their legitimate duty. Everyone that sees road safety, I started driving before I joined the corps. I know the mindset I have when I see road safety ahead of me. An average Nigerian hates people that cautions them. So the sight of us alone is enough. You have this retardedness in your spirit that what are these idiots doing on the road? Some people even lay curses. They make curses. I want lagbaja. I want lagbaja. But when a road safety helps you rescue your family on the road, you will pray for us. 2-3 days ago, we were on the road along this Egbeda route here. Accidents occurred there. 8 people were injured. 1 person died. And we were there for rescue 2 a.m. Where are everyone that 2 a.m.? If you are not praying, you are sleeping. If you are not sleeping, you are reading. You are just up doing something. But we are there on the road. Yet we have Nigerians that hate us so well that the next thing they do is, stand in front of me, I will knock you down. So if I'm now walking, are you telling me that I want to get back home to my children and my family to say, Mommy, welcome? Not that I'm coming back home with crutches. So definitely I will look for a place that is secured. So if FRSC is actually staying close to Nigerian police, because we believe Nigerians will still respect the arms in the police. So we have to stay where it's safe for us. We cannot preach safety to you and forget about ourselves. Our own safety comes first as well. Thank you. Then, Mommy, in terms of when I introduced myself, I said I'm the Public Enlightenment Officer of Egbeda. And I am coming here from we actually came here from a workshop. We had a workshop with the fleet operators of trailers and tankers. I still went with their own sermon. We are preaching, we are working. We cannot have 5 children, and the 5 children will perform equally. But the reason why we are sending our children to school is for them to learn. And preaching, the fact that you have the first position in class and you have the last, they are being taught the same thing. But it takes one to take responsibility. And in terms of Micra drivers, there are some things I would like to hold, but there are still some information I would like to pass. We are many, for real. Road safety is many. But I can assure you that every personnel in FRSC Egbeda Unit Command are not up to the drivers we have in Egbeda here. Let alone from Egbeda to Iwo Road, to Ojo. There is this Yoruba adage, we are preaching it, but you don't know that there is this thing we call mob attack. Yes. Not quite 2 weeks ago, one of our marshals was actually hit on the head. The head was stitched because he was doing his duty. The Micra driver was angry. Why will you have to stop me? You know, when corruption has eaten deep, it takes time. It takes time for you to see the impact. But if you are doing it and today you hear FRSC Egbeda burnt down, FRSC Monia burnt down, I'm so sure that there will be nothing like FRSC in Oyo State again. So it takes time. And that is why we are going I told you we just left. Like, I spoke there for about an hour, telling them about how they load their trucks and all that. So we are still doing the work. And we pray someday it will get better. You know, it doesn't just get bad in a day. So it takes time to put it back. But I'm telling you, and I'm assuring you that we are doing the work and we are not relenting. So your observation is well taken in. I've been to radio programs, they will call and they will ask these same questions. It's not new to us, but it's not like we are sleeping on it. We are truly working on it. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together once again for Office, I don't know the titles they use. Officer Additional. Someone said there are many additionals in road safety. I heard that. Maybe. There be many color days in road safety too. So thank you very much. Where's our chairman? Okay. Is Alert Feeds here now? No. We need to see the chairman now. I'm sure they have left us to go to the exhibition stands. We've been a very cooperative audience. I really need to appreciate us for our patience all this time. And now there is one other announcement that I need to quickly make. One of our fathers in this poultry industry in Oyo State is in the person of Dr. Stephen Adejoro. Dr. Stephen Adejoro is the MD of Suavet. He is, can I say he's retired now? Retired but not tired. And now he's in charge of a foundation called LIVFA, Livestock Industry Foundation for Africa. And so he sent his greeting. I can see the T-shirt of his foundation here. And that's the representative. He has sent his greeting that they say we should greet us very well. Dr. Stephen Adejoro. We appreciate the fact that he still has us in mind. So fetch our chairman so that we can, it should not be lost when we want to talk about money. Okay. If I knew he was not so nearby, I would have taken the third road safety question, but that's all right. So another announcement is that the exhibition grounds are still open, and they will be open till evening, so we should go to the grounds, the exhibition grounds, and see what the companies have to offer us on the exhibition ground. Let me remind us once again that this program today was sponsored by several companies. Their names are in our program. Where is it? I'll be there in a minute. Yeah. Page, the center spread. It's on the center spread. Fidan Investments, Fall Hope Limited, that is the company of our father. FDH Agrovet, Allet Feed Mills Limited. We really have to apologize to Allet Feed Mill. I guess they got tired and went to their stand. Kemin Industries Nigeria Limited, CHI Farms Limited, Green Pastures Farm, Obasanjo Farm, Provider Farm and Poultry Equipment Solutions, Agricare STD Plus Limited, Zartec Limited, New Hope Limited, Novi Agro Limited, Grit Feeds and Concentrates, Consolation Ventures, Dutrion Resources Limited. I hope somebody is fetching our chairman for me. Emaflo Farms Limited, Agro Merits Limited, Livestock Feeds PLC, Vital Feeds, Ayodara Agro Allied, Glory Vet Ventures, Bachelor Farms, Sayed Farms, Griffin and Stetler, National Association of Animal Health and Husbandry Technologies, IFF, and Panoy Agribusiness Limited. These are the companies that have supported the program today, and we appreciate them on behalf of the Poultry Association of Nigeria. We're still waiting the arrival of the state chairman, please. Okay, there comes our chairman. The chief celebrant. I guess chairman was trying to make sure everybody is comfortable. We are all comfortable. Now it's time to close. Okay, sir.
Great farmer, no farmer. So I want to appreciate everybody that attended this year workshop, and I pray that the dividends of this workshop will be seen in all our businesses in Jesus' name. If you can see the work that is going on in Pan or your state is the vision of our great leader, our Baba, and you will see that a lot of money have been spent here. We have started over almost 10 years ago, and if this place can be roofed this year, by next year we will not need all this canopy and all the rest. We'll be able to do it in a convenience. So we are seeking for your support to complete this place in good time. So if you, most of the letter we send out, the account number of Panoy is boldly written there, UBA account, or I can even call the account. So whatever you have as a support for the building project will be acknowledged, and we'll pray that poultry industry will be going from strength to strength in Jesus' name. At this joint, I want to call on our father to declare the event closed. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my able president of Ibadan Chambers of Commerce and her entourage, I appreciate every one of you for gracing this occasion. I wish you all journey mercies to your various destination. I pray that it's going to be well with us here in Nigeria. To poultry farmers, we know we are facing a very serious challenges, but you need to endure where endurance is necessary. Continue to endure. Surely the greater tomorrow will surely come. It's going to be well with every one of us. At this juncture, on behalf of Poultry Association of Nigeria, Oyo State Chapter, I hereby declare this summit, exposition and workshop, closed till next year by the special grace of God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you, everyone. So let's visit the stands as we get ready to go. Let's visit the stands, every one of us. Let's visit the stands. Thank you for coming. See you next year.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.